I've got 60 here. Higher or lower? Higher? Give a number. 70. Higher or lower? Are you all happy with 70? It's 45. And I make that point because the opportunity, we often think we've missed the boat, but we're urbanizing the fastest, but we're the least urbanized continent. So our cities are being built now, they're being shaped now, they're growing now. By comparison, South America, 82% urbanized. Europe, over 70% urbanized. Asia, about 55% urbanized. So our opportunity to think differently and to shape our cities differently is huge. Now, if you look at the scale of urbanization, Europe and North America, to get to 420 million people living in cities, they took 200 years. On our continent, to get to 1 billion people is going to take us 60 years. Yeah? Less than half a billion, 200 years. 1 billion, 60 years. You see the pace of urbanization. We cannot afford to do what has been done elsewhere because our young population and our human development will suffer. So the idea for Urban Better really just came about from that. How can we make the urban better? How can we leverage the opportunity to think differently and to reimagine cities differently as spaces that actually, in the same way it attracts people for education, for opportunities, that is actually creating health and not making people sick. But the challenge is a lot of the spaces where health is created, people are not talking about health. So who works in the environment space here? Lots of expansion. What other sectors do we have here? Sorry? Energy? Academia? What topic? Which area? Environment? Tech? Do you call yourself a health professional? Yeah. Okay. But you're a health professional. Do you call yourself a health professional? But you are. Do you call yourself a health professional in energy? You are. Because what you do matters so much more for health than what somebody in the clinic is doing. Let that sink in, right? Whether you're an urban planner, whether you're an architect, whether you're in housing, whether you're in energy, whether you're in transport, what you are doing and how you are shaping the environment is what determines the health of the vast majority of the population. So that's the idea for Urban Better. With Citizens, it came about because, so with another hat, I work as, I'm in academia as well, I'm a professor at Cambridge University, and we do a lot of citizen science, right, in research. And I started noticing that we do that for research, and then the project finishes, and then when people are mobilized, and they're like, okay, it's over, but it's like, hang on. How can we think differently about citizen science and leveraging the power of young people? And I always say, I don't like calling it youth on the continent because it's the majority population, right? It's just everybody. It's not youth. There's no group, there's no youth group to work with. If you're not working with the majority population, then who are you working with, right? It should be, we also work with older people, we also work with, because it should be with majority, right? 70% of the population is under 30 of the continent. So the idea for Citizens came about from, one, recognizing that we have that young majority, right? Two, that advocacy can and should be evidence-informed, right? Three, that cities can be that these young people can be part of the decisions using advocacy that is decision data informed to shape decisions in cities. And 4, that physical activity can be used to build that literal movement, right? It's a metaphorical movement, but it's also a literal movement. And it's a reminder, because we always say people should be physically active, but we don't think about making the spaces, you know, the air we breathe, the walkability, the safety, the risk of injury. How do we make sure the healthy choice is the easy choice for everyone? So that's really the idea of Citizens. It is growing, as Wangeshi mentioned. The 5th hypothesis for this is that as the youngest continent, any youth-led, data-driven advocacy movement globally should be driven from here, because we're the youngest continent, right? Thank you. So you believe it. So we're very intentional about ensuring that this is not an African movement, this is a global movement, but it has to be shaped and driven from this continent. And so that's the approach that we're taking. And so that's why I'm super, super, super excited to be here. And I've been, as Wangeshi mentioned, we have 3 hubs at the moment. We've got another couple coming up. We're going to hit 10 by the end of the year. We're going to have 30 in the next 3 years. It's growing, right? In the next decade, we're aiming to have 100 hubs globally. So you, as the 3rd hub, this is really what you're doing is shaping. People are paying attention. Honestly, I had somebody contact me a couple of days ago to say, because they're doing something in Citizen Assembly, it's like, I see you guys, I've never heard of this thing of using citizen science for Citizen Assembly. It's like, yes, that's because they're making it up here, right? It doesn't exist, really. And I may be wrong, but I think this may be the first ever Citizens Assembly for clean air. That is certainly that is youth-led. So it is huge. So do not underestimate what you are doing here today. And there's going to be a lot of people paying attention and watching you and being inspired by you, both locally, both regionally, but also globally. So with that, I think I will say thank you very much. Thank you for the energy that you're bringing to it, and it keeps me motivated. Honestly, the conversations I'm in, people are like, oh, I'm losing. I don't know, and I'm like, I don't know. I'm really excited about the future, because you guys you're not hanging out with the same people I'm hanging out with. So thank you for bringing that to it, and thank you for really embracing and taking on the hope, right? Because what we say is we're building this hope infrastructure to make the urban better. So with that, I want to say thank you, and to introduce the chief guest, Mr. Daniel Nyaigo. We just met, who's representative from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Renewal. It's a real pleasure to meet you, and thank you for coming here and sharing some of your insights with the group. So thank you very much.
And now we're at that part where how many hand claps do we give her for that great speech? Okay, let's go. 5. And now, off to our chief guest, Mr. Daniel.
And lend a voice to those who cannot speak. If you shine a little light.
Thank you. Good morning, good people. My name is Daniel Nyaigo, the acting director, institutional housing. But here, I'm from the State Department for Housing and Urban Development. But here I'm representing my boss, Honorable Said Hathman, who is the Housing Secretary from the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development. Up to this morning, the HS was planning to attend this assembly, the Nairobi Citizen Assembly, but because of unavoidable circumstances, he asked me to represent him. So allow me to make some remarks. What he was to do, I have some brief remarks here. Good people, as you know, the government, and where I come from, that is the State Department for Housing and Urban Development. We are a ministry mandated with housing and urban issues, because it is State Department for Housing and Urban Development. I'm supposed to touch on three aspects here. That's one, policy frameworks, urban planning, and sustainable development. As a State Department, we have a number of policies. First, we have the National Housing Policy. We have revised it over time. What we have is the session paper number 3 of 2016. And from this policy, the government aims to provide adequate shelter, that is housing, in healthy living environments at affordable costs to all groups in the country, both urban areas and rural areas. This one actually is, we are using this policy to actualize adequate housing as it is enshrined in our Constitution, Article 43, 1B. In doing this also, under the State Department, in 2011, we did enact an act which we call the Urban Cities, the Urban Areas and Cities Act, and this act was amended in 2019. When you interact with this act, it actually provides the legislative framework on how we classify, we do the classification of our urban areas and cities. There is the aspect of integrated planning, and overall relevant to this function today here is that from the Act, it aims at promoting sustainable urban development, good governance, and the citizen participation in urban areas and cities. Our ministry is working closely with the stakeholders, the key players in housing and around issues to do with the housing. We are working closely with other players, including the urban PETA, where I think there are places where what the urban PETA is doing is also actually promoting what we envision in terms of policies. Part of the key areas where I think the urban PETA is cooperating the effort of the government is, as we have said today, we have two groups here, or we were categorized into two groups. Some were talking of Wasafi, and the other group was talking about Mtapora. And the whole concept is about building the Nairobi to Chenge. Together, let us build our Nairobi city. There are areas, key areas of cooperation. As you know, we are implementing an ambitious program called Affordable Housing. And in this program, we are doing houses across the country. And in the designs we have, the way we have done them, we have considered a number of aspects. Like when you go to our projects, there are some things. You saw recently when the president was launching the Mukuru Kwanjenga Affordable Housing Project, there are some things we have provided in that neighborhood which we believe that also they are building this in Nairobi for all of us. So especially like number one, when we are looking at integrating air quality into housing designs, this one is envisaged by the policy. And what we have done as a State Department, we have ensured that those developments like the affordable housing, we are prioritizing clean air. Our designs are sustainable in a way, and we have mitigated against pollution. And this one, I know it is something which is being advocated by Urban Peter, and the way we are seeing it, that it is aligning well with the housing agenda. I was looking at some research which has been undertaken, and there are some, I saw some 2 case studies, and that one forms the evidence of the urban planning, especially what the Urban Peter is providing in terms of data. This one helps actually when you have information that is data-driven insights on neighborhood air quality and environmental disparities. All these studies will help actually in farming up, or we are able to pick the recommendation for mostly urban renewal and equitable housing development. I was looking at the report by the Urban Peter, and I saw they have looked at, they have done some studies around Ngong area, and they were comparing it with some studies around somewhere, and from that one, we are able to pick and see how best we can have better developments in our city. So given I'm aware, I came late, I'm aware we have different stakeholders here from across the city and different professions. These partnerships, you see, the entity which has brought us here is the Urban Peter. So when you are looking at this one, it is connecting us with the academia, it's connecting the government, it's connecting the local communities, in trying to create awareness. This one also, it is giving us a platform to try to get from these discussions and how best probably we can impact on the housing policy. The way I said, the current housing policy we have is of 2016, and we have been reviewing it over time. So basically, by the end of the day, we know that through these forums, we will be able to advance also the climate kind of resilient housing through initiatives like this one. That's number one, which I think also the Urban Peter supports. We try also to integrate the green infrastructure, sustainable materials, and pollution control into housing developments. Like if I have to share from our end, over years, for a period of like 15 years, we have been promoting what we call appropriate building materials and technologies, both in urban areas and rural areas. These technologies, they are environmentally friendly, in the sense that you do use the available materials in probably putting up the the houses. So allow me to conclude this by saying that this forum will help us. There is no small thing. It will help us as the citizens of Nairobi to come together and build on the research which has been done, because when you look at our neighborhoods, like across the city, I know we have some settlements which we call slums and informal settlements. Through these forums, we will be able to advocate as probably upgrading those areas. Once you upgrade those areas, like what we have seen in Mukuru, we are connecting the guys who have benefited from these houses. For example, on the energy use, we are connecting them with the LPG. That on the energy use, we are saving on probably some the sources of energy which pollute environment. Also, by developing those neighborhoods, as you can see, probably in Kibera, you get a better neighborhood. So by the end of the day, also there are some regulations which we have under the urban space. When you are doing some projects, we have some kind of, you have to ensure that you factor in for the green spaces. So allow me on behalf of the HS to congratulate the urban PETA focus on data advocacy and the community-driven solutions. All these solutions, ideally, they align our mandate, and they have been creating what we call the sustainable housing. This sustainable housing, by the end of the day, it ensures that the air quality and the livability remain central to urban development efforts. So with those few remarks, I beg to stop there. I had a certain engagement elsewhere. I will be leaving you, but we will still get the feedback from this forum, and it will help us probably refine some of the projects we are doing. It will help us also inform the policy. Thank you, and have a wonderful day and wonderful interactions going forward. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we can now stand up and give him a proper round of applause. Thank you very much, Mr. Daniel Nyaigo. Speaking on behalf of our guest speaker for today, Housing Secretary Said Hathman. Mr. Nyaigo has told us in the housing, affordable houses, they have ensured, they have curbed and recognized the fact that we need to curb air pollution. And being a member of the Fourth Estate, we'd like an interview on that note. So, Mr. Nyaigo, before you leave, we'd like maybe a small interview with some of our members of the media, so that maybe you can highlight more about that as we carry along with our article for today. We need to send out there important information so that people can be educated about that, okay? And we also come in good faith. We have a gift. It will be presented by Professor Tolula, our founder for Urban Better. The idea is that you remember us. You remember clean air is a mandate, even as we carry along projects that sometimes tend to put pollution on the front line. So I'll call upon Professor Tolula to present the gift. Mr. Daniel, unaona sisi ni watu wazuri. And then maybe we can have some background music from our team. Tuwapatie makofi ya kilo, si ndio?
If you walk around with your heart.
Well, you're peeping what's inside. I'd also like to know what's inside. Thank you very much. As we continue, Remember, once again, one of the rules of advocacy is if you do not post it, it did not happen. If you do not post it, it did not happen. Team Cousins, are you around? When I say Team Cousins, you say? Hapo sasa, patia huyo gift. Those are the kind of people we need. So we need to give you a tote bag as well. Team Wantam? Hewa safi? Mtabora. Okay, so as we keep going, I'd like to maybe highlight the hashtags. Remember, if you don't post it, it didn't happen. So the first hashtag is Citizens with a Y. Citizens with a Y. Citizens for clean air. Hashtag Citizens for clean air. Hashtag Clean Air Nairobi. Hashtag Citizens Assembly 254. Hashtag Hewa Safi Mtabora. And remember a caps lock at the beginning of words. You could use any extra ones of your choice, but at the beginning of words, just remember to put a capital letter. Is that okay? Is that clear? Post it. Remember, you are never too small to make a change. One person will see it and it will encourage the other one and the other one, okay? And that's the highlight of this event. We also have people who are joining us hybrid. We have people who are joining us online. Welcome to this particular event. And as we go on, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, but before that, I'd like us to go through our rules of engagement so that we can be at par as the event goes on. So kindly, Brenda, as you highlight the rules of engagement, let's please adhere to this. Respect for all. Every participant should be treated with dignity, regardless of background, opinion, or beliefs. Kindly. Active listening. Pay attention to speakers and allow them to express their views without interaction. Constructive dialogue. Engage in discussions with an open mind. Avoid hostility or personal attacks. Equal participation. Every member should have the chance to speak, ensuring inclusivity and diversity of thought. Fact-based discussion. Whenever possible, arguments should be backed by evidence, data, or research. Avoid dominating conversations. No one should monopolize the discussion. Allow different voices to be heard. And finally, adherence to time limits. Respect speaking times to allow for fair distribution of discussions. Is there a question? While we are at it, as we go through, there is a paper on your desk that has a code, the millimeter paper. We need for you to take just 30 seconds to fill that in, and then we'll proceed. Some background music as we fill that in.
Love so someone could be saved. There's a place for people like you.
Tell us, what are your expectations for this event? What do you expect to learn?
And when you get there, there's a hand to hold.
As we do that, I'd like to welcome and introduce Dr. Matthews Wakungu, a PhD holder and research principal, Kunkei Design Initiative, one of the partners of this initiative. Dr. Matthews, karibu, as we fill in our surveys.
Kuja nami tuungane tuache kuzozana, watu wa upendo, hauna adui, hauna kifani kaka. It's pole pole going slow, but still we're keeping time. We're facing forward, looking up, forgetting what's behind.
Good morning. How are you today? Karibu, 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 karibu. It's so lovely to see you all. Some familiar faces here, some new people that I'm super excited to meet. And karibu. My name is Matthews Wahungu. I'm a research principal at KDI. We are the Urban Citizens, Nairobi Citizens Hub host, a great partnership that we started last year with Urban Better. And it's so lovely to meet you. And I see I have 10 minutes, so I'll try and walk through. But I think I was asked to do a welcome remark today. And I think for me, the theme of Hewa Safi, Mtabora, and building Nairobi together really resonates with me. As a personal story, I'm a village boy. I grew up in Western Kenya and came to Nairobi for college. And I lived in Eastlands for so many years before then moving to Ngong. And I think one of those things, and it's always true that our conversations in Eastlands were always about when I go to Karen, when I go to Lavington, when I go to Spring Valley, ntapumua hewa safi, right? Kuna hewa safi, you know. And it's both true, the perception is both true. That perception is a perception, but also it's a reality for many. And we all know that air pollution disproportionately affects residents of low-income settlements. And it's both a legacy of colonial segregation, because as you may know, Nairobi was segregated in 3 zones. There was the African zone, the Asian zone, and the European zone, right? And it happened that most of the Africans lived in the Eastlands part of the city. And that kind of legacy then transitioned into socio-economic exclusion, characterized by poor infrastructure, lack of green spaces, and that's also, it happens to be that most of the industries that we have around the city also happen to be in that part of the city. But that is changing fast. Rapid population, there's booming construction, new highways are being built, and all of these are transforming the face of the city. And it's not just transforming the face of the city, but the very air we breathe every day. And it's not just for people in Eastlands, but also it's even going to and catching up with folks in peri-urban areas like us who moved far away from the city. So I think that's a reality, and there's nowhere for us to run to. We have to act. And I'm glad that we all here today acknowledge this, and we want to act, and we want to do something about it. And I'm super, super excited for this collaboration with Urban Better, because it's not only showing us the immense power of community-led data, but also working with youth, but also how we can use community data for health. I think that's a significant, important point for us to make. And I think the Nairobi Citizens Assembly is such a beautiful initiative that brings all of us together as citizen scientists. And I really like the idea of citizen science. It not only allows us to use data to amplify the voices of those who suffer from the injustices that we face, but it allows us to influence conversations about air quality in our city. And this is all super critical when we talk about a healthy city for healthier people. We cannot separate those two. And I'm so excited to hear, because we've had a few activities that have already happened in South B and Langata Clean Air Act. I'm super excited to know what kind of evidence and insights have emerged from that. And even as we do that, I hope that today we leave here with some form of synergy build. Please take time to know what does the person you're sitting close to do. What do they do, and how can we work together? And to kick us off, probably it'll be a good moment to introduce KDI a little bit. KDI is a nonprofit design and community development organization. We partner with under-resourced communities to advance equity and activate their unrealized potential for neighborhoods and cities. KDI started in 2006 by 6 students who are doing their master's projects, and has since grown globally and now has offices in Kenya, LA, and Sweden. We are guided by 4 three principles. The first principle is participation. We work with communities, not for communities. The second one is about integration. We all realize that no one singular approach can solve all the problems, especially those that are mediated by so many other factors, whether it's environmental, social, and economic vulnerabilities. We can't solve those problems with one solution. We have to look at holistic solutions. And the other thing, which I like what the Nairobi Citizens Hub is already doing, is this idea of building networks, right? Building bridges and connections between people, institutions, and communities. That is something that is critical in us achieving the impact. And these principles are applied across the four research, the service areas of KDI: research, planning, design, and community, but also a significant part that holds our advocacy efforts. And just a little bit relevant to, because we are talking about data here, is that good news for collaboration and the ability for us to even do greater and better things together is KDI has recently been registered as a research institute by NACOSTI. A round of applause. Please watch out for news. We are yet to launch it, but we'll definitely have a conversation about that. But I could not miss an opportunity to share that good news for us. And I think this registration builds on a large body of work on action research, working with communities that have been delivered since the founding of KDI in 2006. And I think it's a platform for us to do greater things. And the Institute builds on 5 salient themes that have been working, looking back at what KDI has been doing since 2006, that while most of our thought leadership has been around public spaces, climate justice and adaptation, people and nature in cities, and this idea of radical participation, a methodological movement and conversation about what does it mean for participation, I think there is a growing, we are super keen that we want to do more on urban health, which is something I've highlighted there, because most of our writing and intellectual work and products have been around urban health. There's very little around urban health, and that's something we want to build upon. And there's no way to do that because we have, gladly, is that we do have one large research project that is centered around health. If cities could speak, or abbreviated as KISS, very provocative, but it does mean Kenya, India, South Africa, and Sierra Leone, representing the coverage, the geographical coverage of the project. It is a research project funded by the Wellcome Trust, and it aims to understand how residents of informal settlements talk about climate change and health. How do they attribute the climate impacts of health? What are the vernacular ways do they talk about those impacts? Because we do realize that we could have technocratic terms about how climate change affects health, but that language in the communities we work with is equally important. But then how does the understanding of that language allow us to tell narratives for impact? How does it allow us to mobilize funds on climate for health and vice versa? So I think that's a conversation that we need to do, we need to talk about. And the other one that is a little bit interesting will be Listen, Learn, Leap is another research project that being led by KDI in Kenya. It is a research project funded by the UKRI, implemented in Dar es Salaam and Nairobi. And this research project seeks to understand how communities work with nature. And as more often, even on this project, while we talk about nature-based solutions, we are a little bit shy of actually using this terminology every day. And because we realize that this idea of working with nature is something that embedded in our culture, right? people, we come from the rural areas, we come to the city, and it's all about how we work with nature for our livelihoods. But even though at some point the term NBS is a technocrat term, we are all gathered under it as an umbrella, but it does mean so many things to different people. But I think that this project really seeks to explore how people work with nature or use nature-based solutions in cities, but specifically the experiences of women, boys, girls and boys, these underrepresented groups. What voice and part do they have to play? And how do we scale and institutionalize nature-based solutions in cities? So I think those are some of the two main research projects that are foundational to the KDI Research Institute now. But we do anticipate that we also have two new projects that go beyond Nairobi, because our work started mostly in informal settlement in Kibra, has expanded in other informal settlements in Nairobi, but we are also looking into working in other towns as well. The first project that we're also implementing is funded by the IED, the International Institute for Environment and Development, and being implemented in Dunga. And here we are interested in understanding the politics of community-led adaptation, and how does this understanding support urban experiments. This idea of living labs, how do we do living labs within a context of politics? The last two, which is Asili Futures and systemic risk in Kayole, Soweto, do take on a very interesting approach that the citizen science that we are talking about today. They are all citizen science-led projects, and here the systemic risk project seeks to understand how people in Kayole, Soweto understand and make linkages between different risks over a 24-hour cycle. And in this project, we seek to use citizen science because no one knows risk more than the person who works in that community every day. So as a researcher, I cannot go in and start defining what risk means. How do we work with citizen science to be able to map risk and illustrate risk and communicate risk? I think that will be an interesting one. Asili Futures builds on a previous project in Embu. It was called Dallas Asili, but Asili Futures then takes us into these futuring methodologies. And here, we also want to work with citizen science. And in this idea of citizen science, we're also talking about citizen futurists, right? It is how then do we get people to think about the future? How do we facilitate the conversation about the future? And how do we illustrate that? What does the future mean, right? And in this project, then we seek to map, test, and co-create pathways for multi-authored futures in booming towns of the city. And I think just to say that there are plenty of opportunities for us to build synergy. And we've talked about, I think, citizen science being one of them. We are talking about building networks of change, which you're already doing here. But also, how do we do that to build advocacy? But also, we are very open to scaling out of mega cities. And this is very strategic. Thinking about secondary cities, thinking about booming towns, and areas that are not, in several thematic areas, climate change, adaptation, climate and health, but also people and nature in the cities. So those are some of the areas that we can continue collaborating on. And this matters for a few reasons. That as we focus on corrective action, which we have, because when you work in informal settlements, you're seeking to address injustices that are embedded in history. They're embedded in actions that were done a long time ago. There's a danger that we can miss out on what's coming in the future. And I know Iman will be super excited to hear this. That even as we focus on corrective action, we should keep an eye on what is coming. The second one is, even as we address the past injustices, the same systems that created this mess are busy making claims and assumptions about the future. And there's a risk that we can replicate the things that the problems we are trying to solve. So we should always have an eye on the future. And finally, there is a very narrow window for us, right? I think Tolu talked about 45% of people in Africa living in urban areas. There's a narrow window for us that the bad manners we've done in Nairobi and the mega cities, we don't take it to our smaller towns. I do imagine my tiny shopping center where I come from. If we do not work and address some of the bad manners we've done in the city, the same thing is going to happen there. So how then do we think about that? How do we address that? And I think that really, really is important, and this is a bigger call within KDI, and there's a bigger call about practicing forward, and it's getting louder and louder within our practice at KDI. How do we practice forward? We have been practicing and doing corrective action, but how do we practice forward? And I think one of my favorite anthropologists, I'm an anthropologist, and I think I was biased towards picking a quote. Sarah Pink, in her book, Anthropology and the Futures, talks about us having a moral obligation to engage. Not just as critic of the conversation about the future, but as active participants in guiding future-making practices in more ethical and inclusive ways. So I think we'd have the moral obligation to talk about the future. In my discipline, we usually non-interventionists. We say, no, let's just understand what people think. But at some point, we have to be facilitators of conversation, facilitators of thinking about what is coming next. And I'm super excited that within the workshop today, there will be conversation about practicing forward. And I welcome you all to KDI. I welcome you all to, KDI welcomes you all to the Nairobi Citizens Assembly. And I just wanted to say that in all things, let us be better urban citizens. Thank you.
Wow, what a powerful speech. So let's give him a proper round of applause. Tumpatie makofi ngapi tatu? So 3 hand claps in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So Dr. Matthew Zakungu, the research principal, Kunkei Design Initiative, KDI, thank you very much. You've spoken like a man with a PhD, I'm telling you. Huh? Now today I'll say I know who's and who's, so I'll just place myself next to him and the rest of our amazing officials around here. So Dr. Matthews, for that amazing presentation, we'd like to also give you a gift. And I'd call upon our next speaker, Dr. Godwin, to help me present that speech. So as we are presenting the gift, there's something Dr. Matthews has said. I also grew up in Kayole, and one of the things that we used to look forward to was something called kuchafua shingo. Nani anajua kuchafua shingo ni nini? Do you know? Unajua kuchafua shingo ni nini? We used to look forward to the day you'll grow up uchafue shingo. I'll translate for my friend who does not understand French, which I've just spoken. Kuchafua shingo means what? To dirtify your neck, okay? So we used to grow up to look forward to dirtify your neck, okay? Did you understand what I said? Yes. So kuchafua shingo was basically, you used to look forward to grow up so that you can wear silver on your neck, okay? And now that he's mentioned that we used to want to go to Karen where we can have hewa safi, it makes sense when he says no one knows the risk more than the person who's walking in the shoe. It is until you ende kwa hiyo mtaa that you can know how dirty that air is, okay? So let us remember that clean air is not is not something that everybody has, okay? Other towns, kuna mtaa ukifika, the air is very dirty because of garbage pollution and so many forms of pollution. So we do not have a choice but to fight for clean air. So once again, Dr. Matthews, your gift to be presented by Dr. Godwin. As the gift is being presented, I'll give you a brief of who Dr. Godwin is. This is where you either play some music or give them a round of applause as I introduce Dr. Godwin Opinde, a lecturer and researcher and consultant in the Department of Spatial and Environmental Planning at Kenyatta University. He's involved in research focusing on air quality management and other aspects of environment. He's been involved in development of clean air action plans for Kampala City and Nairobi City County Air Quality Action Plan. He's a registered environmental expert with NEMA and a member of International Association of Impact Assessors and Environmental Institute of Kenya. He also consults on various environmental issues, both internationally and locally. And today, we are privileged to welcome none other than Dr. Opinde, the chair of the Board of Environment Compliance Institute. Karibu sana. Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Hewa safi. Thank you very much. Mine is just to give you a snapshot about air quality in Nairobi, but then also, as you've said, how do you get into a discourse when it's not data-driven, so that we appreciate some of the things at Nairobi. But by the way, a question before I start. How do you know that the air is clean? Is this air clean where we are? How do you know it's clean? Yes.
I'm not sneezing. I just feel it's clean. It's a perception. I can't explain it, but I can feel it.
Yeah, so long as he's not feeling or he's not reacting to it, he thinks it's clean. But the best measure of clean air is through measurements, okay? But then, that aside, I just want us to appreciate that 91% of the world's population is living in places where air quality exceeds the WHO limits. And air pollution is actually linked to 7 million deaths globally. And air pollution also is responsible for more than 50% of childhood pneumonia deaths worldwide. And it's also 1.2 million premature deaths with 54 million healthy years of lives lost in the African continent. And from studies, since 1970, studies that the level of PM2.5, that's PM2.5 is particulate matter, which is of the smaller size, and sometimes can get lodged into our lungs, and the NO2, among other pollutants, are actually exceeding WHO standards. I'm just bringing this to context, and just to appreciate spatially how this is one of the studies taken in Nairobi. And you can see, and it was measuring PM2.5, which is the smallest particle that can lodge into your lungs. Soon I'll just give you a rapid introduction. The level of pollution vis-a-vis the population density. And you can see some of the informal settlements like Madari, which has high population density of about 76,000, close to 76,000 people per square kilometer, is one of the areas that have very high level of pollution. And this brings into the discussion issue of how people in the low income areas and in areas that are congested are actually exposed to pollutants. Same with the NOx. If you look at cosmopolitan area, if you look at the nitrous oxides, you can see within the city is more concentrated, and usually nitrous oxide is attributed to vehicular emission. But then, just to bring into context, when you talk of air pollution, sorry, I'm taking you back to class. When you talk of air pollution, you must think of the sources. You must think of the sources. So, and that's why we are saying we have to participate. The air is polluted by who? And from what source? So we have to think of the sources. And that picture there just summarizes some of the sources which would bring out this pollution. It might be an interesting photo for those who are in deep science in terms of those formulas. But in short, what I'm trying to communicate there is that the sources of emissions are usually, apart from the natural ones, we have human-driven. So what you do counts. And just to appreciate that some of those emissions which pollute the air would affect our respiratory or cause respiratory complications. Some of them cause lung functioning. We have decreased lung functioning. Some of them would exactly attributed to cause of cancer and many other things. So it is a real issue. So what is the area of focus for air quality management? Usually we look at transport. How many used vehicles today to come here? We look at transport, but not looking at transport from the aspect of vehicles only, but even from the design of the roads and also the fuel that is used. Because how you design a road, the vehicle that is being used, and even the fuel that is in use contribute to some pollutants. When you look at how you manage your waste, where is your waste? How the management of waste takes place also has some implication on the emissions. The domestic fuels we use in our houses, and some of them we use them maybe because we cannot afford better ones, but do they contribute to pollution? The housing designs that we have in place, are they edited enough? Are they smart designs that can be able to ensure that we reduce indoor air pollution? The industries, when talk of planners who are here, how do you put users? Or we always change the users. Yeah, the change of users is abused. So at the end of the day, you might find either people are moving or they're moving towards where it's supposed to be industrial. You have people staying in industrial area. Yeah, and then they start complaining about their chests, complaining of other diseases. So we need to look at it holistically, and a focus should be on dense low-income settlements, because this, those who live under this circumstance, they are affected in three ways. I say it's triple tragedy. One, from indoor, next when they are walking, and third, where they are working. So they're always in polluted environment. And this would has some issues of equity. We need to look at that. Urban agriculture is also some areas of focus, and development control that is done within the city. And just to bring to your attention, as we advocate for issues, you must understand the systems that are in place so that you know your entry points. Because just the other day, so there was a sessional paper on development control, and then the big question was, has it considered issues of air quality? How has it integrated issues of air quality? So we must be informed as the citizens so that we are able to know how to act, okay? Information is power. We know that a city, I know the city will be speaking, they have developed several policies and legal instruments on air quality, and they're still developing them. But then, what is your role? Now, I want to share some of the opportunities for involvement, and this has been through the air quality action planning, which is also still taking place. But you as an individual, as a citizen, you can be involved, or it's your right to be involved from the formulation bit of it. How these plans are formulated. But you can only be involved when you are armed with information, okay? So as we talked about advocacy, let's talk of data-driven advocacy, and I like how Beta Urbans bring out this point. Let it be data-driven so that we have solutions that are evidence-based. So the strategic focus, even for the air quality action plans that are going on, is that it should be evidence-based, so we should have continuous measurements. So there are opportunities for community-led measurements. And I remember this when I was involved, one of our partners at Stockholm were involved in the citizen science within informal settlements, having them have the measurements or portable air quality sensors to work within the city to try just to measure and see how they spend their day, which places are more polluted, and how does that relate to their health. And those kind of evidence, and when we talk about evidence, it might be qualitative or quantitative. Scientists tend to lean so much on the quantitative, but qualitative data has proven to really help and also help us tap on the indigenous knowledge systems. We can tap on the local solutions. When we talk of emission reduction programs, we must focus on priority areas. So when we are doing advocacy, do we know the priority areas of focus so that we align ourselves and we align ourselves with the government policy in place, but also the plans in place for synergy and maximum output or effect. The participation and awareness creation, and this, I usually liken this and call this the heart of any movement. So this is how we are able to tap into the solutions that are locally led. And so when the community is empowered, when you are empowered and you know why you are doing and you understand the impact of that poor air on your health, then you can voluntarily comply without necessarily having an officer standing there to help to tell you don't do this or do this, because you have understood. And so as we rally the call of citizen science and looking at issues of hewa safi, looking at Mtabora, we need to have that self-drive and have information that will enable us to create impact in our small communities where we are, so that people can change their behavior. Because I said what we are talking about pollution is basically from what? From our activities, most of our activities. What are the sources of pollution? And to just crown it all is just to say that as we have this clarion call of hewa safi, Mtabora, pamoja tujenge Nairobi yetu, I would implore that going forward we seek synergies. What I didn't mention, currently I'm the technical lead for the Air Quality Action Plan for Nairobi. And it's started, the process has started. It will still have several avenues for public participation. And by the time it gets to be ratified, so that is the document, there'll be several opportunities. So keep tuned and ensure you participate so that your voice counts. Why? A better document can only be shaped by those who are actually experiencing the city, so they know where it pinches. With all that, I want to thank you. God bless you.
How about a round of applause? Thank you very much. Okay. Dr. Godwin, that was a powerful presentation. We need to have evidence-based solutions, even as we push for advocacy. In other words, kusema na kutenda. And I would also like to gift you, so I'll call upon Dr. Matthews kindly. Let's present a gift to Dr. Godwin as we invite our next speaker from UN Habitat. Meanwhile, cousins, are you guys okay? Team cousins, mnasema aje? One time. How about you guys say it with a bit of energy and punch? Okay. How about we say it with energy and punch? Please, let's stand up so we can energize a bit. Hebu tusimame kidogo. Tusimameni kidogo, tusimameni kidogo. Remember your slogans. Remember msituchafulie picha. Wapiga picha ni wengi. And remember our hashtags, hashtag Citizen with a Y. So, I'm just going to point to this side and you guys speak, and then I point to this side and you guys speak. Is that okay? So in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cousins wamelala, sauti hawana, wengine wamekaa chini wako kwa simu. We need some punch and energy. Come on. Dr. Sulu, your team, you need to encourage them so they can be loud enough. Let's start again. So this time round, team one time, you get the points. You get the points. You have energy. Thank you very much. Let's resume our seats. I'm glad we're energized. And now I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Daniel Munene, Mr. Daniel Munene. Okay. I understand we'll have Mr. Godfrey representing Lydia Mathia from Nairobi City County Government. Mr. Godfrey, karibu sana.
Good morning. My name is Godfrey Ngugi. I'm the acting director, Urban Renewal, Nairobi County. I'm representing by boss Madam Lydia Mathia, who is the Chief Officer, Housing and Urban Renewal. This is a subsector within the big sector called Built Environment and Urban Planning. We are together with other sister subsectors, like State Department. Within the county, we have the planning and we also have the land. In housing and urban renewal subsector, we have three core main functions. We do the housing estate management. We have around within the city, around 34 estates, with which we have social housing. We also have the architecture of the building services who do the designs and the quantity surveyors. And also we have this other development and urban renewal of the city. As you know, Nairobi, many of the infrastructure and buildings were constructed long time ago, especially these estates were built in from 1920s to 1950s. And as we are approaching to 2045, the Nairobi County will host around 10 million residents. So, and we have a very big gap of housing in Nairobi. So that's why we have a department called Urban Renewal to deal with that redevelopment of these estates and also to come up with other initiatives that will be able now to take care of this housing. So that is just an introduction for my presentation. So as Nairobi, we think this forum, the Citizen Assembly, is quite important as the county is currently implementing what we call Climate Action Plan 2020-2050. This is one of the areas that the county is planning. And we as housing, we are number one because as from the studies that we know, like now have you see the current status of Nairobi. You have two quite different areas. We have the informal settlement. We have the other area, the Rivi suburb, what people call. And we have seen, even when doctor was explaining, the informal settlement, that's where we find the air quality issues and we find issues. But in the other areas, we find that there are more greener areas, there are more, and the air quality is quite okay. So this is the reality in the informal settlement. This was a photo that was taken just last year in 2024 when we had the abnormal rains in Nairobi This is Madare. This is one of the informal settlement. You'll notice our informal settlement. Nairobi currently, we are doing prevention strategy and upgrading on informal settlement together with a program called the World Bank, also in the housing subsector. And we are currently doing the survey of a number of informal settlement. So far, we have at least 200 informal settlement within Nairobi. And all informal settlement, coincidentally, are along our major rivers. The Gong River, you see the Kibera, the largest slum there. We have the Nairobi River, we have Kiambio, we have City Cotton, we have all the way going down there. We also have the Madare River, we have our major Madare slums. We also have others which are along the river. You go towards Dadora, you also have many of the slum areas. And these were the areas that were very much hit by the calamities like that happened last year. We had a lot of flooding, there were issues. Although the government is trying to prevent and to get that corridor, Nairobi River corridor, we see that we need to do a lot on housing so that now we can put these people, because at least 60%, as per the study of the World Bank in 2012, that Nairobians live in informal settlement, around 60%. And this, as we are rising now to the 10 million mark in 2045, we might be having close to around 70–80% living in informal settlement. This is not a scenario we would wish to have, and that's why Nairobi County started this program called Urban Renewal. So what are the issues? This is a photo. If you look at this one of the estate we have, this is not informal settlement. This is an estate of Nairobi County. You see there is a permanent structure there with a roofing just at my right-hand side with the roofing clay tiles. This is the situation. Many of the residents there, they are in the social housing. They are still using the fossil fuel. You have the charcoal, the firewood. They are still using that within the city, and you can see that smoke within. These are the small, the vibandas who sells chips and mandazi and all that, and nyama choma, soup and all that. So these are what happens within our estates, and that's why the county is also trying to deal with this housing issue. So we want to we have the slogan in Nairobi County we call opportunities for all, and also dignity, to give people dignity, for them to have dignified life. As Nairobi, we are the host of the UN Habitat, but we are not doing well in terms of the issues to do with the air quality and also the issues of housing. So as I said, 1,000 still cook with paraffin. Paraffin is still one of the energy. We have also charcoal. We also have firewood. And you can see, as also doctors have said, we have the air quality up to PM 2.5 in informal settlement. So what the data shows, like this is for Gong River. We have another department, sector called Green Nairobi, who have been giving us the data on Nairobi. And this is, like this Gong River is around that Langata stretch that we have that issue, the air quality is quite bad. We go now to this program, the program I've been talking about, Nairobi City County's Urban Renewal and Regeneration Program. I remember it was Dr. I forget, Matthews, who told us about how Kenyans were segregated during the colonial period. We have the Africans living in the Eastern area. And this is where the Nairobi County is focusing. I have this a pictorial representation of the Eastern area. This is the mapping area that the county is doing the urban renewal program. You can look at that size of land. It's quite a big, huge land area where the county owns almost 18 estates together with the national government. And we have also other private estates. We have 14 number. The current population is around 250, and the number of households is 55,000. And this is the area that Nairobi County is working. We usually call it in Nairobi Eastern Urban Renewal Plan. This is the plan that it was approved the other by 2020 by the County Assembly. It was conducted, it was a research conducted by both the State Department of Housing and Urban Development together and financed by the World Bank. This is the area that we are working to do housing. Currently in the CIDP, County Integrated Development Plan 2022 to 2027, we are rolling at least from 12,000 units, we want to construct at least 100,000 units within this area. So what are we delivering as the county? We want to do modern and affordable housing, mixed use near jobs/schools, new infrastructure, and resilient neighborhood. On new infrastructure, we have seen Nairobi, we have what we call the sewer lines. They explode daily, especially during the rainy season. If you go to the eastland, you will find that the sewers, they are not up to the capacity because the population has increased. There is a lot of informal settlement. Even the informal settlement cannot have no access to those sewer lines. So as the Nairobi River and project is ongoing, it is putting up a new infrastructure, a big sewer line that will be able to accommodate up to around 2050 for our population up until 2050. If you look at down the photo, we have one of the estate, the program that is ongoing. We call this estate Jivanji/Bachelors. It is just next to Kariokor Market. It's not the Jivanji Park, you know, in city center. This is one of the projects that is ongoing. It was previously an old estate built just few minutes, I went up. And this estate is giving us 1,830 units from the previous 80 units. Previously, we had 80 units. So we also have the other one, the Pangani, and this is the aesthetic architectural 3Ds, how the building will look like. There are show houses already there, and I can attest this how the show houses are. You can visit them at any time. So we also want to restore dignity. Housing is not just a shelter, it is a dignity, safety, and we also enhance the issue to do with climate resilience. Nairobi belongs to all of us. It is not just a concrete. We also want, if you look at from Upper Hill, you look towards the town, you can see that Uhuru Park area, that Parliament area, you can see the greenery area. So this is what we want as a Nairobi County. In conclusion, clean air equals better neighborhood. Together, let's build our Nairobi. Thank you.
A round of applause. Thank you very much. That's Mr. Godfrey representing Ms. Lydia Mathia from Nairobi City County Government. Don't we want the dignity of Nairobi to be restored? I mean, what if we could achieve that in all cities? How amazing would that be? Have you guys seen the picture? The before picture of when he started and the after. Isn't it better when we have restoration of dignity? Again, thank you, Mr. Godfrey, and we'd like to give you a token of appreciation, which will be, Mr. Godfrey, which will be presented by Mr. Daniel Munene, who is our next speaker from UN Habitat Mobility. As we do that, I hope we are all preparing to go for the tea break. We have just a few speakers before we finalize this part. So right now, I'd like to call upon Daniel Munene from UN Habitat. Meanwhile, as we wait, Ms. Lydia Akinyi and Mr. Wekese Zablon, I hope you are preparing to go right after.
Kwenye shule, zunguka
Just like Dr. Matthews, my story is a bit similar as well. I grew up in Nairobi, Eastlands area, and I think growing up on that side, then going to the village to visit my grandma, you'd notice a very clear difference between the air at home and the air in the village. Props to the organizers for today, because the air we're breathing right now, you guys, right? You can smell the difference, right? Now the only problem is going back home, I'll take my matatu on Tomboya Street. And comparing Tomboya Street to the air we're breathing right now is completely different, and mainly just because of transport. And that's why I'm here today to talk about urban mobility and transport. Now, we've been given statistics on Kenya and urbanization, but in the world, by 2050, 68% of us will be living in urban areas. Now, with this, 90% of the urban population will increase in Africa and Asia, including Nairobi, because we've had about 10 million in 2045, which is quite high. Now, with urbanization brings its set of challenges and set of opportunities. But what we've seen in most developing cities and developing countries is we're growing more outwards than upwards. If you compare the few graphs over here, Lagos, Kinshasa, you can add Nairobi because you kind of can tell where we are at, and then compare it with Seoul and Beijing, we're growing more towards out rather than up. What this means is, for example, someone would live in Makongeni Thika but work in CBD. Well, that means they have a longer distance for commute, and exposing them, meaning they need to use more means of transport, and if the transport is not efficient, of course, it affects the air quality, right? So what we have seen previously is a more focus towards car-oriented planning. Now this photo is on University Way, the bridge towards your end. When it's during traffic time and it's in the evening, it's a nice place to take amazing photos, but that's not what we'd want to see. We'd want to see a more focus on people rather than cars. So with car-oriented planning, especially in developing cities, we've seen more urban sprawl. We've seen car-oriented transit corridors that contribute to congestion, emission, pollution, accidents. We've seen between mobility systems, lack of connectivity between different modes of commuting. We've also seen our land use systems that have not been able to provide access through proximity. For example, you live in Thika, work in CBD. Wouldn't it have been better if the 15-minute neighborhood concept, right? Live, work, school within a 15-minute radius of commute. Then that reduces the commuting distance and improving air quality. And lastly, access is mostly dependent on motorized movement, which we have seen and experienced so much in our cities. Now, a bit of global statistics. We've had stats from Kenya, but when it comes to global statistics, 23% of the world's annual GHG emissions come from the transport sector. That's about a quarter of the GHG emissions, which is really high. Now, out of these 23%, 72% comes from inland transport, and of these 72%, 69 comes from road transport. Now, road transport, mainly cars, vehicles, motorcycles, trucks. I think when you're stuck in traffic and there's an old lorry in front of you and it's just about to move, if you're the one driving, you can hardly see what's happening next, right? Because of the emissions that come from these vehicles. The situation is quite dire, and I think action needs to be taken from all sectors, including transport. Do you guys remember this? Good times, right? But you were stuck at home. This was during COVID, and you could see Mount Kenya from Nairobi. honestly, I grew up in Nairobi, and I didn't know you could actually see Mount Kenya from Nairobi until 2020 during COVID, and we are stuck at home. No one is driving. Then the air is cleaner. You could even see stars at night very clearly because of reduced pollution. I think it would be nice for us to go back to this, and I'm sure that the artists, the photographers will really enjoy taking such photos now with the expressway and such, right? But then what then can we do to realize this? Because COVID showed us it's a reality. Like, we can actually improve the air quality within our cities, mainly reducing our means of commute or traveling better. With this, linking it to our SDGs, SDG 3, target 3.9 and target 11.2, 3.9, focusing on reducing illnesses and deaths from hazard chemicals and pollution, including air pollution, and 11.2 on affordable and sustainable transport systems. Sustainability means clean and healthy transport systems. So with this, here are some recommendations from the mobility sector that can help improve the air quality within our cities. One, prioritizing more active mobility, walking and cycling through mixed use and compact urban planning. Now, the 15-minute city concept as well will be ideal for this, but also encouraging walking and cycling more, providing infrastructure for walking and cycling. These are photos of Luthuli before and after. Of course, there are some improvements made, reducing it to a one-lane street, increasing space for walking and cycling, and of course, some business people were like, yeah, it's been better, the air quality is a bit different and much better right now. I remember someone say they use their inhaler a bit less now compared to previously. So also, one of the things we are working on at the moment in collaboration with UNEP and WHO is on the Pan-African Action for Active Mobility, which aims to enable people who walk and cycle. I think when you look at the statistics on walking and cycling, most of us do walk and cycle as a main means of commute. So linking this and air pollution and air quality, it would be great to, one, enable as well as improve air quality. Next is designing complete streets that cater for all. We've seen previously focusing on streets that just cater for vehicles, but then what does it look like to provide space for pedestrians, providing space for cyclists, and also providing space for public transport? Moving away slightly from focusing only on personal vehicles, but more on mass transit. That brings me to the next one on designing for efficiency. So a personal car will only have 1 to 2 people traveling, right? But when you look at a bus or a BRT lane or a metro lane, hopefully in Nairobi we get to a point we'd have a metro, but maybe let's BRT is closer home. So BRT would move about 12,000 to 45,000 passengers per hour, while private cars would move about 1,500 to 2,000. The difference between that and this is quite high. That means if we focus more on this, then there's reduced emissions. But if we focus more on mixed traffic, then there's definitely more emissions. So we need to move from mixed traffic to more mass transit-oriented planning. Now, even as we move towards mass transit-oriented planning, but then how can we also have clean technologies and innovations, mainly through electric vehicles? These are some of electric buses in Kenya, which I'm sure you've seen around our roads. And then encouraging data collection and monitoring for informed decision-making, which has been highlighted previously by our speakers. And also, it's a collaborative process, right? We need our government, we need civil society, we need our community voices, we need our academics, we need our tech experts. We all need to come together to ensure that our air quality in the cities gets to improve. And lastly, for the Nairobi Air Quality Action Plan that is currently in conversations. How then could it focus more on advocating for decarbonizing the transport sector? How also can we ban or restrict high emission vehicles or old and dilapidated vehicles on our roads? How then can we also advocate for car-free days, car-free zones? There's a car-free zone in Rwanda called the Imbuga City Walk, which was once a 2-lane road, and now it's fully pedestrianized. So then how can we have such places in our city, and also how can we regularly update vehicle emission standards? Thank you guys so much. For further reading, you can scan the QR code. Thank you.
Very impressive, very impressive. A proper round of applause, maybe 3 hand claps for Daniel Munene, representing UN Habitat. Quite insightful information over there. So 3 hand claps in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Again, Mr. Daniel, we're going to award you. I'd like to call upon now all the speakers of this morning. We have been educated. Let's start with Daniel Nyaigo, who is here on behalf of the Housing Secretary. Let's have Dr. Matthews Wakungu, Dr. Godwin Opinde, Mr. Godfrey, and Daniel, and not forgetting Dr. Tolulo, so that we can all take a photo. We will also have a photo session with all the representatives of this forum, and then right after that we're going to take a break. So we'll start with your gift, Mr. Daniel, as we go for a brief photo session. When we come back, we have something quite interesting going on. Mr. Daniel, all the speakers for this morning, kindly, let's have a photo session, all of us. Mr. Matthews, you can gift him, yes? Yes. Let's all stand up, we do a photo session. And if you know that song, you can start familiarizing yourself with it. I'm going to teach you moves and how to dance on that. Okay? So for now, you're seated as you wait for a photo session. Mariam, do you want to guide this photo session so that you can have everybody represented? The speakers first. Kindly, if you are one of our amazing speakers this morning, please come. Let's do a quick photo session. We're just about to break for tea. So here they are, yeah? Let's move this side a bit so that you can do some balance.
Maybe, see stars.
We need them to smile, yes? And they all got their tote bags, right? Do you guys want to, yes, hold them? Hold your tote bags so that if you have one, if you don't have one, don't worry, it's coming. Lydia, I think we need to give you one as well. So let's go back to that 2020 song. I want our speakers to have some fun over here. So our speakers, do you know don't worry, today I will not make you guys do Anguka Nayo. We'll just go simple. There's a song called 2020 by Eric Wanaina. If you grew up in an era where I grew up, you know the shuffle dance, and please don't ask me how old I am. So it's just a simple shuffle dance, and then I let you guys go. Is that okay? Okay, press play, let's go. Yes. If you don't know how to shuffle, just follow us. So let's go. Give us some volume. Yes, and then I'll leave so that we can have the photo. I'm just making sure this photo is moto. Do you want to give me some volume? Yeah, spread out to this other side. Okay? So, 1, 2. 1, 2. So, is that okay? Just that, okay? Yeah, so everybody, if you know the shuffle dance, to the right, to the left, to the back, and then you pick it. Is that okay? But we'll do the audience later. We're just doing it to the speaker so we can get a photo. So in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, give me some volume. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, go. And then, can you put some gists? 2, and then you jump. Give us some volume. Give us some volume, come on. Keep going. Let's go. To the left, back. Mariam, I see you. Pick it, pick it, pick it. Take a jump. They've refused to give us volume, I wonder why. Okay, now I'm gonna release you guys so that you can have the photo. Thank you very much. A round of applause for our speakers. I hope you were informed. There's a lot in store, so we'd like to break for tea right now. But before that, I'd like, do we have a photo session with the rest? So let's all come for a photo session now that you have everybody. Please gather around here. Our photographers help us do the arrangements so that you have a clean shot. Everybody please come to the front, let's take a photo. Tafadhali tukuje tupige picha, then we can break for tea. The faster the better so that we can hurry our program up. Okay? Please, let's all join in for the photo session. We'll lead everybody in the photo. The short ones at the front. Some can squat. Yeah, some can go down so that we factor in everybody. Yes. Everybody make sure you're in the photo. Photographer, you have the shot. I think even me, I want to come somewhere and be part of the team. I can come in the middle here. Karibu Terry. Here we are. Some of us can sit here. Some of us can sit here. Nice. Do we have everybody? Hewa safi. Hewa safi. Okay, so we'll have the people in the first line say hewa safi. Wenye tumekaa hapa chini tuseme hewa safi. Alafu wa nyuma tumesema mtaa bora. Okay. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hewa safi. Aya, alafu sasa nini kiasi? You chant kidogo, sawa? Okay. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Hewa safi. Hewa safi. Hewa safi. Hewa safi. Hewa safi. Pamoja. So let's say all that together. Pamoja tujenge Nairobi yetu. Okay, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Pamoja tujenge Nairobi yetu. Thank you very much. Okay, so we are breaking for tea. It is now 10:58. I need a gentleman to help me up. High heels, not a joke. Thank you very much. It is strictly 15 minutes, so we should be back here by 11:15. Enjoy your tea.
Oftentimes I have nothing, had to show you what it takes.
for 2 more people to be served. Meanwhile, I have like 3 more people who are outside still having tea. Kindly come on the inside with your tea. The lady outside in spectacles with your friend, please come on the inside. Remember our rules of engagement. Obedience is better than sacrifice. So please just come inside. We can have one meeting. Come with your tea. You're allowed to enjoy it. Do you have a partner? Do we all have a partner? Yes, so just a bit of music so that we can give space to the ones who are still being served tea, so they can be part of this exercise. Meanwhile, hewa safi? Hewa safi? Great. Do we all have a partner? My sound technician, I promise you, you will be paid highly for your services. And this time round, I'm just requesting for the song 2020 as we play this exercise. I want this song to be in your minds because the way we want to choreograph a dance for it is TikTok trending worthy, okay? Okay, fine. Now that you have your friend, okay? So this is the exercise. It's Kanani. I hope you're somewhere around. You're going to be my partner. It's Kanani. Where are you? Great. So I need you to capture this. So now that you have a partner, with your piece of paper and your pen, put your piece of paper on your head, on top of your head. Face your partner. Face your partner. Whether you know them or you don't know them, it doesn't matter. Face them. Now you see that partner of yours. Start drawing them. Start drawing them. You draw them, their face. So if they have spectacles, you put a circle, you put a circle. If they have big eyes, you put big eyes. If your partner has a big nose, you extend a big nose. Start drawing. You have a few seconds. A few seconds. I said put the paper on top of your forehead. On top of your forehead so you're able to draw. A gentleman over here doesn't have a partner. Or he has a partner. Anza kuchora macho. Now, if your partner has a big forehead, chora your forehead venye ni kubwa. Okay? Guys, we need a drawing at the end of this day, no jokes. You need to participate, it's part of our rules. Okay? If your partner has big ears, like a rabbit, onyesha hapo masikio kubwa kama ya sungura. If your partner is giggling a lot, mwekee meno 50, mwekee meno 50. If they are laughing a lot, okay? And if your partner is beautiful, unamchora aje? Hey, these ones are busy. I like this. I like what I'm seeing here. Nice. They are drawing each other on each other's forehead. This is going well. Partner wako kama akona dreadlocks, mwekee nywele zimesimama kama mtu amepigwa shock na stima. If your partner has shaggy hair, chora moja moja, nywele moja moja like shaggy hair. If your partner has a big nose, make sure the nose is big and fat. Okay, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, stop. Why are you guys laughing? Okay, why are you guys laughing? What is going on? No, wait. I need feedback. What's going on? What's going on? Ngoja. Sasa, you see that partner of yours? Amekuchora aje? Imagine when amekuchora hivyo ndo anakubeba. No, let's see here. No, I want to see. Terry. Terry, hii yako. Wewe ndo umechora mtu. Now, give the picture to your partner. Uone venye anakuanga amekubeba. Give your picture to your partner. So make sure you're holding your picture. Make sure you're holding your picture. Why is everybody laughing? What's funny? Ebu ngoja, wacha tuone venye umebebwa. Wewe umebebwa kama panya. Ebu ona, alafu this one, ladies and gentlemen, guys, pay attention, 1 minute. Let's do a sample of some of the photos, okay? Huyu amebebwaje? Unaona venye amechorwa? Nywele zimesimama, alafu partner wake ameandika art by Shikuku Motor Bricks. Okay, Lydia, let's see yours. Hey, daktari. Wait. So who has drawn who badly? Sasa wewe umewekewa nywele zimesimama ni kama zimepigwa shock. Very nice. I like what I'm seeing. Let's see another one. One more. Yours looks better. Now this artist is very good, guys. Can you see this? Wait, let's do a sample. Huyu amekuchora kama amekuangalia. Ngoja. What do you guys think? What's your name? Kevin, abuchukua microphone. Kevin, it's your moment of shining. I think Kevin is the best, unless otherwise. Kuna mtu anaona ako better than Kevin? Yeah? We have another one there. Me, I think Kevin is the best. Tumpigie Kevin makofi. Kevin, that's a nice piece of work. I think we'll give you a tote bag. I'll talk to Mariam about that. Congratulations. Guys, thank you very much for that participation. Kindly, all those photos, I want them over here, okay? Thank you very much. Kevin, you get yourself a tote bag. And now let's proceed. We can take our seats now. Ati mnabebana aje? You guys, you didn't go to academy schools where you are taught art. So I'd like to welcome you back once again. Remember, this is the first ever Nairobi Citizens Assembly and we are focusing on clean air quality. And I'd like to welcome Lydia Akinyi from Breathe Cities. She's an analyst and she's got something to share with us today. Meanwhile, Mr. Wekese Zablon, prepare. You will be coming right after. And we have one more speaker before we have a very engaging and exciting group session. Lydia?
Is it morning or afternoon? Hello, good afternoon, everyone. And just as been mentioned, I am Lydia Akinyi Okola. I work with Clean Air Fund, and Clean Air Fund is currently implementing an initiative known as Breathe Cities Initiative, which I'm going to tell us what do we do in Nairobi in regard to air quality or air pollution management. So, okay, looks like I should be in charge of my slides. So in my presentation, I will take us through what is Breathe Cities, what do we do, and then we'll also look at the state of air quality in Nairobi, which actually when I walked in, I found some talks ongoing which were very beautiful and were quite relatable to actually what I'm going to share with us. Then we'll look in a bit on the health and social consequences of air pollution, and finally, areas that we can work together with the urban better. So on to my first slide, I think it's important to mention that quite a number of organizations are working on air quality issues, and some of which are known to us, others probably will learn as time goes by. Some of these organizations include C40 Cities, WRI, UNEP, Stockholm Environment Institute, University of Nairobi, AirCo, and now we have Clean Air Fund through the Breathe Cities Initiative, amongst others probably that I'm not going to mention, that are also, some of which are presented here. And it's important to note that our constitution puts the management of air quality and climate as a function both for the national and the county government. This then mandates every county to come up or develop some of their effective air quality management policies and regulations. And based on that backdrop, the Nairobi City has made quite a number of steps in coming up with some of the implementations or activities to ensure that they make the air quality in the city better. Not to mention, but one of them is coming up with the Nairobi Air Quality Act in 2022. And also, from 2023, they have actually employed a number of environmental officers, most of which are serving within the air quality unit within the city county. And this is actually wired towards achieving their target, which is reducing the air pollution by 51% by 2035. It is along these progress lines that we as Breathe Cities, we are coming in to support through a multi-phase regulatory approach for identifying key sectors, which I'm going to talk in detail in the next slides. And we are aiming here to have a quality data management system and portal, which is hosted by the city. We are also keen to have air quality network system, also hosted by the city, as currently there are a lot of sensors that are doing a lot of initiative on air quality monitoring. However, they are not hosted by the city. The city cannot really claim any ownership. So, and there is also a bit on communication and advocacy. We intend to engage people at grassroots level and various stakeholders, including policymakers, to ensure that we are all wired towards making city a better place. So the Breathe Cities initiative, the strategy was launched last year in April 2024. This brings a variety of stakeholders together from the NGO sector, from the grassroots organization, also the city government, which closely worked with us to come up with a strategy that was actually addressing the issues of the city. Later, we launched this particular, the Breathe Cities initiative, which unveiled the strategy, coming up with very specific projects that were aimed at addressing these various issues that were discovered as part of the Nairobi air quality problems. That happened in September. So just to give us a bit background of the Breathe Cities initiative, the Breathe Cities initiative, it's a partnership led by Clean Air Fund, C40 Cities, and Bloomberg Philanthropy. The aim of the initiative is actually to support the cities across the world to cut down the air pollution by 30% by 2030. On this, we approach this through various pillars, actually 4 main pillars. That is the data and research. We have community engagement and communication, technical policy assistance, and lesson sharing among the various cities. So, let me just see if my next slide is speaking to something else. Okay, so just to give us a bit of what we do in Nairobi in regard to the Breathe Cities initiative, under the various pillars, we are trying to support the cities actually to achieve one very effective policies and regulations on air quality management for the city, and other, and also to better the outcome, the outcome on public health by doing some of the initiatives that actually improve the air quality in the city. So just to break it a little bit down, on the data and research component, we have worked with some of the local organizations or institutions, including University of Nairobi. We are also doing service contract with some of the companies in Kenya, one of which we've trained the Nairobi City County officials, those within the environmental sector, and specifically under the air quality unit, on some issues around air quality monitoring, sensor maintenance, just to ensure that there is sustainability. Other than that, we've engaged service contractors to actually increase the deployment of air quality sensors across the city. This is targeting the wards within the city, and this is an ongoing project, actually. Another data component that we are looking to, we realize that a number of institutions, as I mentioned, have a lot of sensors. They have data, but there is no particular point you can approach and say, this is where I can get all the air quality data. So in that regard, there is also a project that we are doing to come up with a data management system and portal that can consolidate all the data from all the institutions, and this data should be accessible to the Nairobi City County government to ensure that they can use the information from this evidence-based data for policy to create awareness at various stages, be it at the grassroots level or even to the policy makers. So let's explain the data and research component. On our community engagement and communication, we also have engaged one of our local institutions to engage people at the grassroots level. And as I was getting in, I think one of us was presenting and mentioned that over 60% of the Nairobi's population is at the informal settlement. It gives us a reason to create more awareness on what can these people do, what is your role as the public in terms of reducing air pollution. So they go down, engage the communities in terms of trainings, in terms of educating them on what is their role, what they can do, how they can make their voices be heard in order to improve their environment. And then we have the technical policy and assistance. This involves reviewing of Nairobi City Acts through the CSOs, just to make sure we have very, very informed regulations and policies that actually speaks to us. And in this regard, we are also engaging some institutions. One, we are working on an air quality action plan, which is a work in progress, and also working to do an air quality regulation for the city. In terms of lesson sharing, this is actually not country-based initiative, but it's more of the cities. As I'd mentioned initially, that Breed Cities work with a number of cities across the world. So then this gives us opportunity to learn from other cities. What are they doing? Which are the areas can we also learn from and also use it to fill in some of our gaps in the country? So it's more or less like learning from other cities other than just learning within a given city. And this particular pillar is taken care of by the C40 cities. So enough of Breed Cities. When we want to look at the air quality overview in Nairobi, and over the years, the population of Nairobi has quite grown, especially when we make reference to 1970. This is given at 180%, which is quite high compared to other East African countries. And what does this tell us? Increase in population means increase in a lot of activities that actually are contributing to air pollution, be it the transport sector, be it the waste sector, be it the industries. So the increase in population has actually translated to increased air pollution in the city. And it's worsening actually in the informal settlements, where we have mentioned a majority are actually settled in the informal settlements. And some of these pollutants that we can associate with the increment is the PM2.5, which is actually quite relatable to a number of respiratory cases or cardiovascular cases. Other than the PM2.5, we have other pollutants such as the CO2, we have the nitrogen oxide, and even the sulfur. All of them do compromise the public health, and that gives us a reason to address this issue of air pollution. So with all this problem, we actually realize that very little is being done in terms of policies. Some of our policies and regulation are not even up to date to address our own concerns. And other than that, you also as the public, what actually do you do to ensure that you play a role in improving the quality of air in Nairobi? So just to echo it more, it's been noted that actually the transport sector contributes largely to air pollution. This is put at 40%, and this comes about due to our old vehicles that are within the country that are actually not really burning the fuel completely, adulterated fuels, idling cars that just keep on emitting even if they're not even in movement, especially during the traffic or even just in town. They're just vehicles that keep idling. That contributes about 40%. Then we have the waste management. There is a lot of open waste management that is going on. This is attributed to 25%. And then we have the industries, which contribute to about 15% of air pollution in the city. And in relation to health, air pollution in relation to health, it's important to note that air pollution contributes to about 36,000 of deaths, premature deaths within the city. And this translates to about 47.5% of respiratory cases. So that really tells you something, that this is actually something that we actually need to address with close concern. And also, this translates to about 30% of the budget towards the healthcare of the city. So again, it's also costing us, not only costing us in terms of health, but also in terms of our own budget. And in regard to air pollution, oftentimes we talk about air pollution causes that, air pollution causes that, but we also need to acknowledge that it also worsens the situation, especially the lower respiratory cases, which has been the fourth leading causes of death in the city. So that's one thing also to note in terms of relating air pollution to health. And an equal burden, again, this is just still putting emphasis. Who are the most affected? It's the people living in the informal settlements. One, because these people, they stay along the major traffic roads, which are actually, we've seen that transport is the major cause of air pollution. These people, they experience actually the open burning of waste, giving a typical example of even Dandora dump site, where actually waste burning happens during the night. And just next to the dump site is a primary school. Our children are right there, and you find that this actually is impacted. There is a study by the University of Nairobi that actually is going on the impacts of air pollution on child health, specifically Dandora Primary School being one of those schools that are under this investigation, and we'll really be happy to learn more about that. So just touching on children actually between the age of 0 to 9, these are kids that actually have their lungs that are actively growing. And when they are equally exposed to air pollution, you find that they are affecting, their growth is affected, their lung capacity is compromised. So it is our responsibility to take action to improve the air quality of the city. And last but not least, how can we work together with Urban Better? I think one of the things that I've mentioned is data sharing. We are now working on not only collecting the data through the various sensors that we have, but we are also coming up with a data management system for all the data. This is a platform that we can all use this information to share with others, create more awareness, and even come up with very informed policies and regulations for the city. Joint awareness, let us keep creating awareness, keep educating people, be it the policymakers, be it the grassroots organization. Anyone, we all have a responsibility to improve the quality of the air. And of course, there are legislations that are coming up, one of which I've mentioned we are acting on. Let us support to ensure that it actually addresses our issues. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Amazing. Another great insight. Let's give Lydia Akini 3 hand claps in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Thank you very much, Lydia Akini. We've learned a thing or two. As a matter of fact, what you know is nature is very unforgiving. That's what was said by the late Wangari Maathai. If you destroy nature, it will pay back, you know. So let's do our part and take action as Lydia has advised us. Moving on, let's have Mr. Wekesa Zablon from Africa Circular Economy Network, the chairman. And as you come, Mr. Zablon, you will award Ms. Lydia. Oh, you already have a tote bag for her. Okay, so I get to keep this. I hope Mariam has not seen me. Yes. So then we have one more speaker. Architect George Arabo, prepare yourself. Let's keep the rest of the presentations short and sweet because we're about to get into a very interesting part where now us ourselves we get to be participants who are airing our views. So we'll go into the Futures Literacy Lab in a short while. Meanwhile, right now, Mr. Zappin.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm really happy to be here. So my name is Zablon, and I'm part of the Africa Circular Economy Network, but also Circular Design, and Circular Design Nairobi. So I'll just talk about some of the circular economy pathways to cleaner air in Nairobi, and also touch on policy and practice. So some of the things that we've spoken, so from a circular design, from a circular economy point of view, there are 4 now known principles for the circular economy. So keeping materials at their highest value possible, regenerating natural systems, designing out waste, and engaging or involving community. That's a new principle that was introduced. So the circular economy is a concept that by definition is defined by those principles. So some of the problem areas that we've talked about that affect air quality in the city or in our neighborhoods are things like waste management, urban mobility, just looking at public spaces and the areas that we stay in. And all these things, there is a circular economy approach to them, and we can be able to, come up with solutions or just improve the way that we live with nature. So we'll look at transforming waste management in Nairobi. And these are things that for people who walk, cycle, or even use cars, sometimes we interact with. So for instance, you are taking an evening walk, then there's open burning, then there's also wastewater, And this is my neighborhood. This photo, I took it yesterday. This is very fresh. Then that is one of the parts we use. There's a lot of risk, obviously, but there's a part to it, because we know all waste is a resource. For instance, we take the best crops or nutrients for food, and we bring them to the city. So all the nutrients are in the city, then we dump them into the landfill, and they get into our rivers, and you just see that dark thing that smells awful. Those are all nutrients, they're just flowing into the ocean. But there's so much that we can do. We can get, compost, biofuels, and animal feeds. So there's a path to that. And also in terms of incentivizing waste reduction. For instance, this is a case study from Mr. Green. All this post-consumer waste, it's a resource. We can still make things out of it. We can make money out of it. It supports a lot of ecosystems. So it doesn't have to cause a lot of risk in our neighborhoods when we're walking or when we, and affect our lives. Then there's also emission reduction through sustainable mobility. So a lot has been touched on around sustainable mobility. I'll just give you a case study of three-wheelers. We all know that three-wheelers, two-wheelers and three-wheelers, mostly ndudhis, boda-bodas, they're very low-hanging fruit in terms of access. And they use a lot of dirty fuel, a lot of emissions collectively because there are so many. But, maybe electrifying them can be a part to that. In terms of electric vehicles, we don't have a lot of electric vehicles, around 6,000, 5,000 from the data we have. We're still there. But car ownership, motorized mobility, we need that. But are there pathways to do it in a way that lowers GHG emissions? Also cycling and walking. Those are things that we should also look at in terms of infrastructure improvement. And, the green infrastructure and urban planning is key. We all love, when I was in Mathare, the fastest way to move to walk along the river, because it's less, the smell and, the waste around. But young people are doing amazing work, just creating greeneries along the river. And that's, how improve the air quality. But policy, the county is here, the city county is here. Action plan 2020 to 2050. Policy recommendation gives us a right to clean air. So we are missing out on great opportunities in our own work if we don't, accentuate and just get things moving. Now I'll talk about a few case studies of organizations or companies that are doing work at scale around reduction of waste. The loop on organic waste is one of the problems, and also and it's a cause of emission. So, like for instance, coffee beans can be used to grow mushrooms. That cascara from coffee farms can be used. we are losing out on, and it's environments, and because all have been brought spaces. We also have this, and this one is banana fiber from the raw market, and it's now being turned into fertilizer or soil. These are soil amend, and it can for our urban. If you adopt, can use this. These people, they also. Yeah, then we have retail organics that's breeding BSF, and this like purely from urban waste. Yeah, so they're using BSF technology to convert that. And the good thing about that BSF technology is that smell is not there. You know, even when you go there, the BSF and flies. If you see flies, then there is contamination, but BSF, and it's naturally organic. That BSF, you know, it eats waste in your household. You can spot one or two, okay. But all this is being turned into soil. So a lot of use cases that I've spoken about are within the agriculture space, or within the urban farming space, or within the solid waste management space, organics per se. But there are so many use cases around circularity that urban construction, a lot of urban construction is happening, you know, demolition, handling of that end of life for urban waste, you know. Numerous case studies, repair and reuse, extension of life, maintaining our machines, for instance, our cars, you know, that. Yes, we have a problem with getting or adopting all technology, but there's so much that we can do just servicing those so that they don't produce a lot of fumes, you know. End of life for textiles. Right now, the end of life for textiles is only burning. You know, a lot of burning happens for textiles because plastics have some burning. Organic waste now fertilizer, but solutions for organic for textile. What do you do with textile waste? Apart from burning and mopping the house. What else? Which case studies do you see in the neighborhood? Which case studies? Around circularity, where that are related to air. Just burning a mattress, for instance. It smells awful, right? And has a choking smell. Yeah? For people who like their cook stoves with plastic material. You know, just imagine that, you know, and there are solutions to that. You know, you can use that material for something else apart from incineration and open burn. Yeah, so the case studies, a lot of case studies of best practices around the circular economy. You will get mobility across the sectors. Yeah, thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Mr. Cesaro. Please, we'd like to give it to you. You can just remain there. He was asking for some green behaviors, right? Like how many of us even carry water bottles? Or do we just wait for the plastics to be thrown? Oh, wow. Amazing. Daniel. Yes, so what other green behaviors are we pushing even in our homes right now? How many of us are doing a simple home kitchen? You know, some green behaviors where you're growing your own vegetables because, amazing, thank you, Handel. Yes, so let's just go bit by bit. Remember my story about the mosquito? A small action can go a long way. Buy yourself a water bottle, carry it around with you to avoid carrying plastics around. Just make sure within your scope you're having some green behaviors. And we well noted, Mr. Zablan, So we'd like to give to you, so I'd like to call upon the final speaker, Architect George Arabo, the President of the Architectural Association of Kenya, AAK, to give to Mr. Zago a token of appreciation. This is going to be our last speech of the day. And welcome, Architect. It's your time to speak, Mr. George. Karibu sana. As he is preparing, I'd like to call upon all of us. We have a petition board just on my left-hand side. We'd like for you to put a quote, a signature, a word, an encouragement, something you think about this whole activity, clean air related. Please make sure you sign the board. We'd like all your signatures there. It is very important for us, okay? I'd appreciate that as we are heading out for lunch. Remember that. So right now, Mr. George Arabo, karibu sana.
Thank you. I was still writing my notes, so if I don't make a lot of sense, forgive me. I will try. My slides, I just have a Word document. I thought it's a good idea just to not project it. It's a privilege joining you here, and I would like also to thank Urban Agenda for this very important session. AAK is an organization that has 8 professions in the built environment. Okay, I am not sure what I should do about the sign that was stretched on my, I couldn't read it, sorry. So maybe someone, if you want to come over here to tell me what you want me to say. So AAK has 8 professions in the built environment. So we are talking about architects, engineers, quantity surveyors, landscape architects, construction project managers, town planners, interior designers, okay, environmental design consultants, and we really are an umbrella body that is building these cities. I would like to frame the challenge of air quality in this way, that as a built environment professionals, literally how we are building cities, it's both the problem and the solution. You might know that about 40%, and probably rising very quickly to half the amount of carbon emissions, is from the built environment. And this, of course, is growing bigger because of the issues of urban development, and more so in developing countries like Africa, like the continents of Africa, mostly Kenya, and other countries where urban growth is, very rapid. At the same time, I would like to mention that urban planning and public health are literally tied at the hip. If you know the history of urban planning policy, it was actually informed by public health. So there was a time in Europe when cities were so bad, people were getting sick. And of course it started with from the poor neighborhoods, and eventually spread into the rich neighborhoods. And then of course the rich people who owned the city decided to put policies in place. The idea of good urban planning is not just about land use. It's also about the feelings of the citizens. And it's very important for us to start having and I had a session here where, the presentation about data, that we really need to know what people are feeling. Right now we're measuring, for example, affordable housing with the number of units that have been built. But have we talked about what those guys who are taking up this, what they are feeling? It's a very important data that we keep missing all the time. And of course, the other very important challenge I want to raise here is that the urban form, how we build, has a very big impact on the health outcomes. In Nairobi right now, there is this rush for property being subdivided into the smallest possible size. I don't know right now what shambas people are buying, but I think it's in the range of 30 by 60. And personally, I've designed on a plot that is just 7 meters wide and 30 meters long, and the client says, I want 5-story apartment, and you can only open on 2 sides, which is 7 meters on both sides. Now, imagine what that happens, what that results into. When we build houses in, I don't know, many of you have been to Pipeline? Perhaps, Zimmerman? What we are building is narrow plots, very high-rise residential buildings, and most of the time we have very limited options for openings, the windows, which are supposed to be both in terms of indoor and outdoor air quality. So the challenge of urban design starts from the idea of how plots are being subdivided and the fake property values in Nairobi, which are leading to some crazy sizes of plots. So that is the challenge we face. And of course, us as a built environment, we are right in the middle, and possibly majority of our people are busy building those tenements, which are leading to a lot of, for example, solid waste management, which was being mentioned here, that if you don't have a place to dispose your solid waste, what do people do? I stand up on my 5th floor apartment and then I throw garbage out onto the street. And of course, we, as the built environment and developers, I'll throw in developers because they're the ones building. Actually, let me put this way, as a way of removing our guilt, sort of minimizing our guilt. 80% of Nairobi is being built unprofessionally or irregularly. 80% of buildings, out of every 10 buildings you see in Nairobi, 8 of them do not involve an engineer, an architect, or a quantity surveyor, or whoever. Okay? So that exacerbates the situation. All right? So what is AAK doing? Of course, I can talk about all the problems until the day ends, but what is AAK trying to do, or what are we doing? Our main tagline is really promoting excellence in the built environment. And of course, out of many other things, we have a couple of programs we are working with. With the Habitat for Humanity Kenya, we developed something we call a Healthy Homes Guidelines and Checklist, which basically has a couple of pillars, which is to impact, or should we say inform the public. Someone mentioned here about communications, engaging and communicating to the community. What community needs is information to act. And the checklist gives the community a way of identifying. For example, a lot of us, when you go to look for a house, the first things you do, just notice what the agent does, is switch on the lights in the room. Yes or no? Like you walk into the room and the first thing they do is switch on the lights. Why do you think they do that? Very good chance that room has no daylight in it. And of course they do that to just make you feel good. And also paint, fresh coat of paint. Do we check the kind of paint? Is it lead-free, for example? So the Healthy Homes Checklist, guidelines and checklist gives you that power. Very basic information, and you're able to see whether you are moving into a healthy space. We have also developed an index. It's the first in the region, homegrown green building index. Yes, I know there are very many green building tools around the globe, but majority of them are not targeting what we'd call the majority of the brown buildings, particularly in Kenya. Like, just imagine someone living in Kibera going to get EDGE certification. For one, it's not financially viable, okay, because all the international certifications have a big attached component of money, and at the same time, they require expertise that we don't have. So the Safari Green Building Index just has some very simple criteria that anyone, or rather anyone can afford it. And the target is the mass market, which is the urban majority in Kenya. And one of the third item I would like to mention AAK is also doing is we have developed what we call 3IF with KDI. 3IF literally means Integrated Inclusive Infrastructure Framework for Kenya. And of course, the target again is the marginalized urban majority, the people who are always not engaged in. What Zablon mentioned here earlier is that you walk in Nairobi and then suddenly the path ends and you know you are in a poor neighborhood. So it's a major problem, and in other countries like in South America where they are turning that around and saying that we start off with the poor neighborhoods, they will actually literally build the sidewalks first, and then they'll build the driveways later. In Kenya, we build the roads, and maybe we'll do the sidewalks. So 3IF is trying to flip that, but the idea really being that if you don't involve the community, if you don't know what the community feels and wants, then you will be developing for a few or the minority who are driving, who are about, I think, what, 10% or less, okay? Majority of Nairobians, actually 50% plus, don't even take a bus. They can't afford a bus. They walk to work. So if you've lived around Kibera and all, you'll see the population during peak hours to and fro. So how do we go to the issue of Zablon was talking about urban mobility that is green and that is clean? Yeah. Finally, finally, the role of the urban planner, or should we say designers in urban air quality is major. And I can tell you for sure that if an architect sleeps sound in this city, they are probably not working or they are not very well. We have nightmares. Urban designers, architects, we have nightmares every time we go to sleep, because every time I walk outside, I keep thinking about solutions that can be done, but unfortunately you feel tired. It's like a priest walking this city and seeing a lot of sinners. It's a terrible feeling, and you try to talk to people and they're not listening. Call to action for me is that what Urban Better is doing is fantastic. And I think bringing all stakeholders in place and being able to make data count. Kenya is terrible at creating fantastic ideas, and then countries like Rwanda come and take them and implement them. Kenyans are the ones building Botswana. Kenyans are the ones building Southern Sudan, doing a lot of projects all around. But here at home, we have very good laws, very good data that we do not implement. We have very good policies that we do not enforce. So the question is, how do we start implementing these ideas rather than creating new ones? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's Architect George Arabu. He's saying action is all that matters. And he's also telling us architects don't sleep, but the lack of sleep comes with money, right? Architects in the house, you know, you're not sleeping, but your bank account is loaded, right? Anyway, we like the work you've put into place, and we've actually just put into consideration your words. Thank you very much. That was an amazing presentation. Allow me to take this time to thank all our presenters today, starting with Mr. Architect George Arabu. I have a tote bag for you. Will be gifted by Mr. Kesa Zablon. Okay. We can actually have, yes, so this is the final presentation. Once again, allow me to acknowledge all the presenters, all the presentations. They've been quite insightful. Thank you very much. And now, as we finalize that, we'd like to move to the next part of our program. We are stepping into something called Futures Literacy Lab. It's just basically about having a vision and imagining the future that we want for Nairobi. And I'd like to call upon Iman Bashir for this particular session. It's going to run all the way up to 1:30. I'm sure Iman will take it professionally. Kindly let's learn as much as we can. This is very important for this particular event today. So Iman, over to you right away.
Thank you so much, Madam MC. Great. So thank you all for joining us, and thank you for all the amazing speakers who have just spoken this morning. We are now going to do a group exercise, and it's very exciting and confusing, and I want you all to give me an opportunity to confuse you a bit. So go with me on a journey, okay? So this process that we're going to do is called Foresight and Futures, but I won't do the explanation before the exercise. We'll do an exercise, it's a group exercise. Then I will explain what it is you are doing. So please engage with the confusion, engage with the bizarreness and the weirdness. I promise it will make sense at the end, at least I hope it will. Before we get started, my name is Iman. I am a climate scientist and also a lawyer. I work in the nexus of climate and energy law. I work with foresight and futures methodologies within my work because climate change is future-focused and future-facing, and we need to treat it as such and not react to it, but rather anticipate and plan accordingly. So I want you to all close your eyes. Everyone close your eyes. Indulge me, I said you'll be confused. Everyone close your eyes. I'm seeing some peeping people. You guys are not good at Brikicho, are you? Great, okay. While your eyes are closed, I want you to imagine it's the year 2030. The year is 2030. You have just woken up in 2030. Whatever age you are now, add 5 years, I will be in my mid-30s. I'll be turning 35, so that's terrifying. And you have just woken up, you're looking at whatever gadget you'll be using to look at the news, be it your phone, be it your tablet, be it whatever new technology has been invented in the next 5 years. And you're looking at a news headline from a major global media outlet. And the story is celebrating a huge breakthrough in urban cities in terms of air quality. This article reflects the positive transformations we have collectively worked towards over the last 5 years, and they have come to perfect fruition. Can you imagine that world? I'm seeing a lot of smiles. Great. I'm glad you played along. You can open your eyes now. So what we're going to do is explore this world. We're going to map out this world that you have seen in that few seconds you had your eyes closed. That glimpse of the future that you saw, we're going to explore that by using this prompt on the screen. So you're going to tell a story using these prompts. Again, you're going to be confused. Please play along. If you look under your laptops or your notebooks, you'll find a paper like this, a sheet like this. Everyone has one in front of them. Yes, exactly. Everyone have one? If you don't have one, just put up your hand and one will be brought to you. Great, okay. So I'll read it along with everybody. Compared to 5 years ago, in urban air quality, blank are now valued and recognized for blank. So these stakeholders are now valued and recognized for their qualities and contributions. As a result of blank, they are now included in blank. So as a result of certain specific actions, certain advocacy or programs or investments, they're now included in decision-making spaces. They're included in sectors where they were previously underrepresented. And so as a result of this, it is now common for this demographic group to blank. So this blank is about new roles, new norms, new behaviors, and their contributions have created certain specific social, economic, or environmental impacts. And now over blank of stakeholders, including governments, financial institutions, private sectors or roles, private sector actors, have adopted certain policies and frameworks. This has led to blank. Today at the 2030 Clean Air Summit, we are celebrating blank. So this is a huge headline, a newsworthy headline that you saw when you closed your eyes, such as blank. So describe that world that you saw. Like I said, it's a bit confusing, but please play along. So if you look at that card of yours as a group, you're going to complete it as a group. So there's 8 tables. Within those 8 tables, you're going to complete this. We can start with group 1 here. This is a group around youth. So you'll describe the world that you saw in 2030 around these prompts, but your main character is the youth. You're going to describe this world from the perspective of a young person in 2030. Great. Group 2, we have women. You'll be describing this world from the perspective of women. So you'll map and flesh out this story from the perspective of a woman living in 2030. Great. Group 3, you will be the health professionals. You are building this world from the perspective of health professionals in Nairobi in 2030. Great. Group 4, you guys seem excited. You will be talking about environmental activists. So in 2030, this world that I have described, what does that look like from the perspective and the contributions of environmental activists? Group 5, you are the entrepreneurs. Exactly, yes. What does this world look like from the perspective of entrepreneurs? Group 6, you are few, so can I ask some people to kind of pull up their chairs and help them? You're enough? This is a small but mighty group. Amazing. Group 6, you'll be talking about indigenous communities, the role of indigenous communities and their realities in 2030. Group 7, you are the tech developers. Technology. What does technology look like in this world, and what role does it play in that story? Group 8, we have urban citizens. An urban citizen living in 2030. What does this story look like for them? Group 9, we have the urban developers. What does this world look like from the perspective of urban developers? And last but not least, we have NGOs. I am saying I ask you to disband. You will be group 6. This is group 6. And the role that they play. All have our instructions. Just a quick addition to that. We're going to present the award. 2 people, pick out 2 people. Be as creative as possible. Your class 4 skills and be as any questions. I was seeing a hand. Yes.
As health professionals, define that. Are we just yeah.
The exciting thing, whatever you imagine in this professionals in 2030. So you guys decide the questions before you get started. Half an hour to create your scenarios. 10 to. Good luck and have around, I will come and call you back when time is up.
approaches to instill information to grassroots and innovative
Time check, 10 minutes left. 10 minutes left. Remember to give your story a title and 2 presenters.
We need to have 30, or we are so ambitious. Because remember, they are old ones. We are looking for 5 years. They are old ones in the profession who need to be retained. So we are saying, over dash of the stakeholders, including government or whatever. So over 70%. We have to be ambitious.
Yes. Because the stakeholders in this case, the first one to be over 70% of university leadership have adopted this new curriculum.
Yes.
Right?
So over 70%.
And then 70% of policymakers,
of the youth.
politicians.
Is it over 70% of the youth? No.
No, it's not the youth, it's stakeholders. Yeah.
Over 70% of stakeholders.
So that could be the...
So our approach is very inclusive. So
Yeah. So the first one could be
including
the academic leaders, the leaders of senior management of universities.
The future is?
the future is the youth with very loud voices that are evidence-based.
The future is the youth. The future is?
Hopeful.
The future is?
Bright.
Great. We have the future is bright, youthful, female, all these great answers. So great, I think I have everybody's attention, so you can take your seats and Team Youth can start.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We were the team youth. I don't know if you were really youths. So compared to 5 years ago in urban air quality, the youths are now valued and recognized for their innovative, experimental, self-driven, data-informed initiatives. As a result of the robust advocacy, which is grassroots-led in use of multimedia approaches for data, and of course the update of curriculum design so that we integrate air quality and climate and health issues. They are also now included in decision-making spaces and in updating key competencies for professionals. In fact, we said they flip the table, so they are the table. Their contributions, okay, sorry. So they are now included in the decision-making table. They drive decision-making, and as a result, it's now common for youth and those who are marginalized to convene and drive decision-making, and their contributions have led to adoption of more sustainable practices at grassroots level with supportive policies and leadership. And on the other hand, the professionals who are trained and have integrated issues of air quality, health, and climate. And so over 40%, 70% of stakeholders, including academia, government, private sector, financiers, multilateral partners, have adopted innovative, experimental, self-driven, data-informed initiatives. This has led to health being seen as a core design principle of built environment. Sorry, I was writing separately. So we are celebrating cleaner and healthier cities, such as significant healthcare cost reduction, and using that cost or the savings in implementing more participatory youth-led initiatives that turns the table. And what we mean by turning the table is the youth are the table. I think that was the key thing. The youth are the table, they are not invited to the table. Thank you very much. Maybe there's someone from my group or something.
Okay, actually, I really don't have much to say, but just as he has mentioned that our approach was looking at the youth taking lead, and as you can see the room, 80% of us are the youth. So we were so happy to brainstorm to see what is our role, and our role is our voice. How do we use our voice is to make sure that we have everyone as we walk the next steps to cleaner air for the city, and making sure that we take every lead, including our leaders. We talk to address what we want that and actually address the big giant on the table, which is air pollution in the city. Otherwise, we are happy as the youth and very ready to champion this to the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Youth. That was an amazing presentation. The youth are not invited to the table, they are the table. Amazing. Great. The future is?
Women.
The future is?
Now.
Amazing. So thank you, Team Youth. We can go to the second presentation just to shake things up and give people a bit of anxiety. I will choose Team Health Professionals. Please come to the front.
So our group, we were writing this as healthcare workers. And so basically, compared to 5 years ago in urban air quality, we are climate health specialist doctors who are now valued and recognized for treating diseases or illnesses linked to climate change. As a result of our framework that we created that helps us to understand how people talk about diseases related to climate change, our framework is now included in the training of doctors and patients to treat, and also in treatment guidelines and in the triage of outpatients to help identify diseases caused by climate change. As a result, it is now common for urban residents to apply remedial actions as soon as they see symptoms. These contributions have reduced the financial burden of healthcare and increased life expectancy. Now, over 35% of stakeholders, including public hospitals, insurance companies, and universities, have adopted our framework. This has led to the improvement of treatment of climate change-induced diseases. Today, leaders at the 2030 Clean Air Summit are celebrating a 35% reduction of respiratory illnesses such as asthma, heat stroke, blood pressure, and etc. Yes.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Team Healthcare. That's an amazing framework, and I wish it already existed because that would have been amazing. Thank you so much. The future is? The future is? The future is green, and the future is you. Thank you so much. Can I ask you guys to present then? Amazing. Please come on. Come on up. Here you go.
It's afternoon. Yeah. Good afternoon. We were the entrepreneurs, and we call ourselves Nairo Entrepreneurs, Nairobi Air Entrepreneurs. We got it? Cool. So our team included Kevin, Florence, and our beautiful lady. Hello, Natalie. Yeah. So Kevin is going to take over and start.
Hello, everyone. We focused our group on the Nairobi's public transport systems, which is the matatus. And we went very specific, so our statement reads, compared to 5 years ago, in urban air quality, Rome Limited are now valued and recognized for their contributions in the public electric transport system. As a result of setting up a local manufacturing, assembly, and distribution hub, they are now included in the Air Quality and Urban Mobility Economy Network. As a result, their contributions have led to sustainable transportations, reduced emissions, and less cases of respiratory infections. Now, over 63% of the stakeholders, including NEMA, Africa Development Bank, the UN Habitat, and Urban Beta, have adopted the Air Quality Action Plan. This has led to increased awareness and investment in clean air products, such as the electric IVs and bikes. Today, leaders at the 2030 Clean Air Summit are celebrating Kenya's clean air victory, which is the matatus and buses go emission-free, such as more informed, less polluted city of 50% reduction of common pollutants coming from the public transportation system.
Yeah, so we were the Nairo Entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Thank you, Nairo Entrepreneurs. They said investment and awareness as a result of entrepreneurship leads to an emission-free Nairobi. Isn't that amazing? Great. Can I ask this group to come on up if you're ready to go? Thank you so much. Please take the mics.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone.
I am Charles Lucania. We are representing the group for environment activists, and here we are with Lynn. I will do the first segment. So we are now in Vision 2030, and what we anticipate in urban air water quality, the Gen Zs will participate more in the data collection, school-going children, because we want to ensure a culture of that is keen on clean air. Also, the waste pickers who have been working around the dump sites, and also people living in informal settlements, and also persons with disabilities will be now more valued and recognized for their resilience and also their commitment to advance circular economy and school-going children in ensuring people transition to proper waste management. And as a result, we anticipate there will be more urban forestry programs. There will be advocacy on clean air in Nairobi. More organizations will champion for that. And we anticipate for a more inclusive policy change. And this will be included in the National Air Quality, the Nairobi City Climate Plan of Actions, and as a result, it will be now common for children and youth to be part in ensuring there is change of behaviors in terms of segregation of waste. They will be the leaders who are leading in advocating for clean air quality, and their contribution will help in ensuring we have a clean environment that is less emission from greenhouse emissions. We will save economically because less money will be used on high health burden, and also we will socially have a clean air. More people will be happy and they will be more productive because they are not getting sick. I will leave my colleague to finish the rest. Thank you.
We continue. Now over 80%, a large number, of stakeholders, including county governments, banks, biofood, have adopted to Nairobi air quality innovation. This has led to a systematic transformation of the green economy air quality. Today, leaders at the 2030 Clean Air Summit are at least you're focusing. You're back to norm. Today, leaders at the 2030 Clean Air Summit are celebrating. Oof, finally, we are breathing. Such as clearing of dump sites, reduction of slums, cycling lanes, more green space. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And they have done a really amazing job of bringing to light the social impacts of clean air. They talked about the fact that with clean air, then the social standards of the city will also increase. Thank you so much. Great. I think I'll pick on this group next, if you guys are good to go. Amazing. Here's your mics.
Hi, everyone. Hello, hi. How's everyone doing? Okay.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon once more. Hey, bana mjachangamka. Good afternoon. Okay, we are the group representing the tech developers na tumejiita Cousins for Air.
For clean air. For clean air.
Cousins for Clean Air.
Okay, so Cousins for Clean Air, we were looking at tech developers, and I believe somebody mentioned being from tech here early in the morning. Was it Washera? Someone mentioned being from, yeah. So I think she'll be testimony to this. So compared to 5 years ago, in urban quality, tech developers are now valued and recognized for innovations and technological advancements. As a result of digitized monitoring, reporting, and verification systems and energy efficient appliances, They are now included in policy making, regulatory, and public awareness spaces. As a result, it is now common for local communities and consumers to embrace new clean and energy efficient innovations and energy efficient innovations. Their contributions have catapulted social and environmental, economic, and cultural transformations. Now, over 60% of stakeholders, including public and private sectors and rural communities, have adopted sustainable innovation policies and programs. This has led to equitable transformation and systematic responses. Today, leaders at the 2030 Clean Air Summit are celebrating properly developed cities and communities, such as implementation of emission reduction programs and projects, compliance, monitoring, reporting, and verification systems, and adoption of innovative energy efficient appliances.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think this ties amazingly in with the work that the RUN leaders do, where they use technology to move around the city and do monitoring of the air quality. So RUN leaders, if you want ideas, go to team, what are they called? Team Cousins for Clean Air. Round of applause for them. Thank you. Now I will now call upon, we'll go from very tech advanced to our local indigenous communities. I'm being told we have 20 minutes left. Great, we have plenty of time. Here you go, team indigenous communities.
Oh yes, clap, clap. Good afternoon. I am Waziri with my beautiful teammate here, Frida. We are representing the indigenous people group. I want to recognize our team members, Zipporah, Agesa, Samuel, and Claire, beautiful minds. No matter how loud you clap for your group, we know we are going home with the prize money. we just haven't agreed on how to share it. I will let Frida do the talking.
Great, so I will proceed with how we envision 5 years to look like. Compared to 5 years ago, in urban air quality, the Maasai are now valued and recognized for their low carbon footprint lifestyle. As a result of the air quality awareness by the Nairobi Urban Better Citizens, they are now included in the stakeholders to formulate the Nairobi Air Quality Action Plan. As a result, it is now common for urban dwellers to, number one, engage in active mobility, and number two, understand the need for green spaces. Their contributions have led to 13% reduction in air pollution. And now, over 50% of stakeholders, including CBOs, environment protection agencies, and business owners, have adopted the proposed Nairobi Air Quality Action Framework. This has led to a shift from dependency on carbon-intensive modes of transport. Today, leaders at the 2030 Clean Air Summit are celebrating the indigenous ingenuity of the Maasai, such as a reduced air pollution, more connection with nature, and active mobility. Thank you so much.
Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Team Masai, I guess. Thank you for bringing in the urban cities connection to mobility and air quality. I feel like that was an amazing connection. We have 2 groups left, so please hold on. I know you may be a bit hungry, but just 2 more groups, and I promise we can go to lunch. So can I invite this team to come to the front? I think this is CSOs. Urban developers, sorry, and that is CSOs. Great. Here you go.
Thank you. Well, afternoon. Afternoon. Mko poa? I know we are just about to go to lunch, so mjitie nguvu. All right, I'll go with him, Samuel.
I'm Timpian.
And tungependa pia recognize the group, Bill over there, and together with Pop from Korokocho. So we are doing this as urban developers. And here we go. Compared to 5 years ago, in urban air quality, urban developers are now valued and recognized for sustainable development planning. As a result of implementing sustainable policies, they are now included in proper urban infrastructure development. As a result, it is now common for urban dwellers to improve living standard. Their contribution have enhanced community mobility, better health standard, and increased human dignity. Now, over 70 to 80% of stakeholders, including public and private sectors, have adopted national urban development policies. This has led to sustainable urban development. Today, leaders at the 2030 Clean Air Summit are celebrating the achievement of national urban development policies as enhanced community mobility and better health standards and human dignity.
Okay, just to reflect on what our speaker, the architect, mentioned before. In urban areas, especially in Nairobi, you're walking, you're like, oh my God, is there a car behind me? Am I going to get hit? We don't have lanes for walking. People who live in informal settlements go through so much. There is no place to dispose of solid waste. There's no space even to live in general. You find people, the area is so congested to the point where multiple people are living in a very small house. And as we mentioned, in the 2030, hopefully what will be 2030, architects will be able to have a seat at the table for policies, how they can be achieved, and actually the implementation of urban developers and people who have knowledge and experience to help build a Nairobi that is sustainable and is accessible to all kinds of people from different incomes. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for connecting it with dignity, because it reflects what the indigenous community talked to us about, the social impact of clean air quality, the school children, the walking, the mobility. All these items are interconnected, and thank you for highlighting that, team urban planners. Last but not least, we have the CSOs. If you can come to the front. Apologies, I have been told I am eradicating the female voice. We have one more group left, the women. Poleni sana. I am apologizing to all my feminist counterparts.
CSOs lead the way.
Clean air every day.
CSOs lead the way.
Clean air every day.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Julian.
Hello, afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Simon. CSOs A? CSOs A? Okay, thank you. So compared to 5 years ago, in urban air quality, CSOs are now valued and recognized for creation awareness, inclusivity, and dispensing information at the local level. As a result of being the voice of the people, creating innovative ideas on community-led initiative and partnering with government, they are now included in decision-making and policy-making. As a result, it's now common for community-led organization, youth groups, and grassroots organization to adopt sustainable practices and make decisions. Their contributions have led to socio-economic empowerment and collaboration with the government, both at local organization and at national levels.
Now, over 30% of stakeholders, including the Nairobi City County government, development banks like the Africa Development Bank, private sector actors like WRI, C40 Cities, have adopted air quality action plan, climate action plan, and even the carbon credits framework. This has led to improvements in air quality index and urban emissions reduction. Today, leaders at the 2030 Clean Air Summit are celebrating small steps, big shifts towards a green urban future as clean air, green cities, and proper planning. So thank you.
CSOs, eh? CSOs, eh?
Thank you so much, CSOs. Can I have my mic back, tafadhali? There we go. Thank you so much, and thank you for introducing the carbon credits and the financial side of air quality. So thank you so much. That's an interesting conversation. I have been told I'm a liar once more. We have 2 groups left and not 1, unfortunately. So lunch will hold on for maybe 10 more minutes, I promise. So we'll have Team Women, and I apologize again for forgetting you. And the Common Mwananchi, which I feel like is poetic. The fact that I forgot about the citizen is poetic. So you'll come next, and then we can go to lunch.
Good afternoon. You know, so many people have talked about the youth, the technology, but without our mamas, we are the foundation of everything and the solution. If you look at the latest report about the deaths that are occurring caused by poor air quality, most of the deaths are affecting children and women. So women must be part of the solution. So what are you doing? Compared to 5 years ago in urban air quality, women are now valued and recognized for mass adoption of clean energy as a result of clean cooking, awareness, and chamas. They are now included in majority decision-making, policy, designing energy systems, and waste segregations. As a result, it is now common for households to clean cooking, separate waste and circular consumption, because we realize if these are not solved, people just keep making stories. But if there is clean cooking practices by women, they are taught how to separate waste, circular consumption, then issues of clean air quality is going to be practical. Their contribution have led to improve respiratory health, because we realize that women are the most affected by issues of dirty sources of energy that they are used to in cooking and their children. So this will lead to increased contribution and respiratory health, and it also helps the government towards the NDC. As we realize the NDC, National Determined Contribution, government target to achieve 32% reduction of emissions. So this solution that women are going to practice is going to help the government even achieve their target. Another principle that this is going to help is going to lead to increased source of income. Because now when the women can practice some clean cooking methodologies, some of them are very cheap, and it's going to help them divert some of the resources that are wasting in some of the expensive sources of energy. Now, over 80% of stakeholders, including, we are looking at the basic, because now, you know, sometimes people discuss so many big things, but in the ground, things are different. So including solutions, including households, schools, and hospitals. We are just looking at solutions that are practical down there. This is going to lead to adoption. So we are looking at what can we do. So we decided as our mama, we are going to propose policies like Mtasafi Act 2028, so that to continue to hamper what we are doing to reality of the solutions that we are proposing. This will lead to energy, waste, and health sector transformation. Today, leaders in 2030 Clean Air Summit are celebrating what? Hewa safi, mtaa bora. Such policies will lead to improve indoor air quality in all households. And women are going to enjoy clean cooking methods and safe environment. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I feel like there's a whole story coming out from all these groups. Team Women talked about air quality in connection to how we cook, how we eat, our homes. We've talked about how we walk and how air quality affects how we walk, transport systems, how we engage with each other, how we go to school, how we socialize. All these things affected by air quality. So thank you all for highlighting the different ways in which it's necessary to our very existence. Last but not least, Team Citizens, please come to the front. Here you go, here are your mics.
Zab is very excited about this. Good afternoon, class. Good afternoon again. I have a question for Team Cousins. What led to the migration of the Bantu community from Congo Forest to where you currently inhabit? What led to the migration of the Bantu community from the Congo Forest to where you currently inhabit? Anyone? Any volunteer? Yeah. Farming diseases and war. So there was no corruption then? There was corruption as well? Okay. To Team One Term. Team One Term. What has led to overpopulation in our urban centers? Lack of proper planning, underdevelopment, lack of implementation of policies. Say that again? Lack of policies, unemployment, migration. Perfect.
Search for better cousins.
Yes. Oh yeah. You're more of a sister than a cousin. So search of better cousins is a very solid point. So the reason why we've asked that as urban citizens, the first question is more inclined to us understanding the migration bit of things, why people move from one place to another. So, and the second one answers why we have people now moving from the rural areas to urban areas. And we managed to pick a few key facts. And we found out that today we have over 4 billion people around the world residing in our cities. So you have other 4 billion citizens like yourselves residing in the cities. And by 2030, this will grow by about another 5%. You'll be looking at about another 5 billion people now across across all our cities. And this begs the question, like you mentioned, what the problems that we have, like unemployment and all that. We are looking at cities that are more connected, that are more efficient, that are more sustainable, that are dignified, and most importantly, inclusive. So air quality becomes a key component of these urban centers. And as urban citizens, we were tasked to look into this and offer some of our insights that we envisioned. And 15 minutes, cities, green spaces, policy implementation, which was an issue, and non-motorized mobility became a key interest to us. So my team, we were 4 of us. We had Alvin's on Twitter. Please say hello to the team. He's an urban planner. We have Calvin Shikuku, who is the CEO for Motor Bricks. He's a green entrepreneur making organic briquettes from waste. So it's more in waste and energy. And I'm enjoyed by a cousin who's looking for a better cousin.
Hi, cousins. Tabina Shipai, a sports journalist and brand manager for the Omanyala Foundation.
Yes, and myself, Paul Anyango. I'm a grid building expert and a consultant, currently with Renergy Resources Limited It's an LPG farm which is trying to improve our clean energy, both for industrial consumption, for cooking, as well as powering our gensets at industrial scale. And here's our presentation. Thank you.
Hiyo ndo makofi ya hiyo introduction yote Paul amefanya. Okay, because I can see lunch is almost ready. Compared to 5 years ago, in urban air quality, urban citizens are now valued and recognized for their input, data collection, individual action and responsibility, their voice to action, preference, and accountability. And as a result of raising awareness, citizen-led air campaigns, and youth climate action, they are now included in municipal planning, slum upgrading, and environmental task forces. As a result, it's now common for urban citizens to manage waste properly, to take care of the environment, and embrace non-fuel transport, for lack of a better word, walking to work if you can. And their contributions have shifted attitudes and led them to being included in urban development plans, reduced calamities like diseases and deaths brought about by non-clean air, and cleaner environments and better health. Now over 75% of stakeholders, 60% being us, the urban citizens, including the Nairobi County government, a part of government agencies and private development academia, have opted low emission mobility plans, urban greening, clean energy solutions. This has led to
reduced pollution, improved respiratory health, cleaner slums. So today, leaders at the 2030 Clean Air Summit are celebrating measurable decrease in urban air pollutants and increase in citizen achievement, such as cleaner jobs, greener buildings, 80% renewable energy uptake for cooking and power, people-powered climate action, and circular economy models. That is it from us.
Thank you so much. And this is the common Monanchi, so very close to our hearts because we ourselves are part of the system. So thank you. Round of applause for everybody, please. Thank you all for engaging. Thank you for playing along. Thank you for indulging in a process that you are not familiar with. I'll quickly explain what we were doing, and then we can go to lunch because lunch is ready, and I promise we'll be done at 1:30. So a quick, very quick explanation, if you will allow me. Great. No one is looking especially annoyed. Great. So what we were doing is called the causal layered analysis. So we started with reverse engineering the future. We looked 5 years into the future, closed our eyes and imagined a perfect utopia, a desirable world, and then we went into groups and built this world from the ground up. We built it from the perspective of women, we built it from the perspective of youth, we built it from the perspective of a common Monanchi, and from the perspective of indigenous communities. Instead of focusing on the problems, we created a world where those who are marginalized, those who are often on the fringes, are part of the process, are part of creating the cities that we all want. And so what we did is a strategic foresight methodology. I mentioned at the beginning, as much as I'm a climate lawyer, I use foresight and features within my work. So this tool is called the causal layered analysis. It's a tool that explores multiple features. We looked at multiple layers of the future. We looked at how the world would look like from the perspective of the NGOs and what they would do to lead us into a clean air urban city. We looked at what maps exist for the NGO world to get us to the desirable future that we created. Then we worked backwards to identify, talked about key changes, we've talked about certain policies that were brought up, certain actions by certain individuals, certain beliefs that made that future possible, and all of that is part of the process. So it's important to have a takeaway from this. Just before we go from the takeaway, I will just very quickly explain what CLA is, and if you have any sort of interest, you can just find me and I'll explain it further. How it works is, it looks like an iceberg. Let me just show you a quick picture. This picture is what a causal layered analysis is. At the top is a litany layer. So this layer is what you see on the headlines, what you see in the news. When you look at what's on LinkedIn about clean air qualities, what are those headlines that you see, the things that you consider normal? So as much as Tolu told me I'm a healthcare professional, I am not. So I tried to, a health professional, thank you. I tried to complete some of those. So I'll go to the next slide and I'll show you. But the litany layer is the general surface of the problem. Nairobi is, thank you, Nairobi is polluted. Underneath, why is it polluted? What causes this? What is this system that exists in Nairobi that makes it polluted? Underneath, we have the worldviews. What are the values, the cultures, the widely held beliefs that make Nairobi be as polluted as it is? And lastly, what myths exist at the core of this iceberg, at the very tip? So I have an example that I drafted. May not be accurate because you have a lot more experience than I do when it comes to clean air quality. So I'll just look at on the surface. We say cities have poor air quality. Like we said, Nairobi is polluted. What causes this? What are the underlying systems beneath it? Urban planning prioritizes cars. We were given a presentation about a car city and what that looks like and the disadvantages of a car designed world. We have the worldviews underneath that. What's holding up these systems? The worldview is that pollution is a necessary effect of development. To develop, you need fossil fuels. You use fossil fuels, you become polluted. Natural order of things, right? And at the core of this, the city that never sleeps being considered a good thing. Development, when you think about development, you think about big cities, bright cities, polluted cities, congested cities. The fact that that is the core perception holds up this entire systemic issue. To address it, you need to start at the very bottom. So once you flip the myth and the methodology at the very core of the issue and work your way up the iceberg, then you can begin to solve the problem, which is part of what we did today. We looked at the headlines, then worked our way all the way down to what had to change for the entire system to change. Sorry. There it is. This is the reverse of it now. You start at the top with the litany, go down all the way to the myths, and then once you created the myth and you've identified the problem, what do you do about it? You reverse it. That's called a reverse causal-led analysis, a reverse CLA. You work your way up the iceberg and you say, to change my myth, I need to change my core held belief, which will change how I view the world and what systems are cemented in place, and lastly, what we see as common truths. So thank you so much for engaging. I'll stop there and send you off to lunch. The ideas that you imagined today are not dreams, they are possibilities. You all rooted them in reality, real investments, real change, and the future isn't something that just happens. You build it, and we build it here together as a group. So please, I urge you to continue doing that and to encourage others to build the world they want instead of inheriting it from those before us. So thank you, and I will hand over to the MC. Thank you all so much.
Oh, wow. What a powerful rap. I don't think I can say anything more. Iman Bashir. How many hand claps are we giving her? On a count of 1 to 2. 10? Okay, so let's give her 10 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Seven, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1. Amazing, very powerful. We say women in the climate change space, and very powerful. Thank you very much. It was very insightful. So without further ado, we are just about to break for lunch, but I'd like to tell you something about storytelling. I believe storytelling drives emotions. I love storytelling personally. I'm a journalist. I write on the climate space, and I believe it is through telling a story that people can actually identify with the narrative you're pushing. And Urban Beta has adopted storytelling. We had people writing their stories, and they were publishing on the blog. And guess what? This is where you guys say, drum rolls. Come on, hit the tables. so that you can prepare for lunch. Guess what? Drum rolls. We have a winner for the blogs, and the winner is Group 3. Are you guys here? Group 3. The names is Derek Achesa and Charlene Omina. It's okay. You can just clap even if you didn't win. It's okay. So, Derek, I'd like to call upon Dr. Tolula to please come and present the awards to our winner, together with Dr. Matthew Zokungu from Urban Better and KDI respectively. Kindly just come to the front so that you can present the award. And after that, we'd also like to award the person who came here first. Yes? Oh, it was you who came here first. I highly doubt, but here's the gift. Do I have it right? This is the certificate, sorry. This is where we play some music so that you can get the awards. So kindly come and receive your awards. Ashley will take on behalf of Shalene. Again, as we said, remember that particular mosquito. Write a story, tell something. The information you have received even today, even tweet, write a message, do something about it. It really, really, really goes a long way. So congratulations to our winners for the blog. And because we're just about to break for lunch, I'd also like to award the person, the first attendee, the one who came here today, the first person. He is an environment science student at the University of Nairobi. You know yourself, if you are here first, I tell you, I was coming to this event with one of my close associates who was reminding me, obedience is better than sacrifice. So thank you very much for being here on time. We actually respect that. His name is Frank. Frank, please come. We'll award you as well. And as we do that, we'd like to say a word of prayer for lunch. Thande, we still got you for prayer for the Christians, and we need our initial volunteer for the Muslims. Let's say a word of prayer so that lunch can be served. Thank you very much. Frank came first. Yes, as an attendee. Thank you very much, Ms. Thande. From the Muslim community, we need a volunteer for prayers, please, so we can break for lunch. Before we start, volunteer, kindly, he's here. Waziri. Waziri, we're waiting for you. Let's go. Let's pray for lunch.
Okay, let's pray. For what we are about to eat, God, I pray that you may bless it and may nourish our bodies and bless the hands that made it and provide for those who do not have. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
I pray no one has stomach upset today. I pray what we are about to eat fills our stomach. And yeah, I pray we all enjoy our meal today. I'm going to say, we should say 3 salawatu for the Prophet. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad wa sallim. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad wa sallim. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali wa sallim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen.
Thank you very much. Let's break for lunch. When we come back, we have 1 or 2 more activities to finalize this amazing initiative. Enjoy your lunch. space. And then in the free space, make sure you pair 3 people, muko watatu, in that particular space. Kukisha jaa, get yourself another space. And then for me, here at the front, I need 3 people, 3 volunteers. Do you want to volunteer? Please come. I need 3 volunteers. Please come here. Thank you, Lynn. Thank you, Robert and Lynn. Okay, so we're all clear. The guys facing Uko face us because we want to do something we want to do a very small exercise so we can wake up from lunch. I need this space occupied. I need somebody to come here and partner with Terry as well. We need this space occupied. It's okay, Terry? Terry? Yes? Yes. We're okay? So we need 2 more people here. We need 2 more people here, kindly. Okay, so we have Brenda, 1 more. Yes. Then now make sure you're all facing, you guys don't have space over there. You need space. We're doing some gymnastics over here. And you don't joke around. Remember, it's all about advocacy. And if you can put it out there so that they can listen to us through whatever means, they will listen to us. Okay. So me, Robert and Lynn are going to teach you guys a move. It's very simple. So we're going to face that side. Okay? And then we're going to do 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. It's so simple. Sarah, 1, again, let's try again. 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 1, 2. Round, 1, 2, 3. So make sure on your third, you come back to the front. Sarah, tafadhali msituchafulie. Nirudie tena. And let me tell you, I have It's Kenani over here who's going to make us trend on TikTok. If you have 2 left feet, listen to me for the last time. If you have 2 left, you listen to me for the last. It is 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Hivyo tu. Sawa. Sawa sawa. Mpaka tupate rhythm. Sawa. Okay, so yes. Mguu wa right ndo wa kwanza. So press play. Let's go. Let's face the other side. So we can move at the back a bit so that we can get some space. Okay. Press play. We are ready. Let's go. Okay, we're about to start. So now just flex a bit. Give us some volume. Okay. I'm going to stop speaking. Let's go. Awesome! And clap for yourselves. Amazing. Bill is still enjoying himself. Bill is still enjoying himself. Thank you very much, guys. You're awesome. You're the best in that dance, let me tell you. Thank you very much. So welcome back. Without wasting more time, I'm going to invite Brenda, who's going to give us an overview of objectives and findings and case studies. Okay? Then right after that, Brenda will invite Max for a presentation. We'll have a Q&A. And then after that, a bit of discussion before we finalize our program. Let's pay attention so that we can move as fast as possible. Thank you very much. Brenda, over to you. Our timekeeper, Max, I hope you're set. Let's go.
Hi, everyone. I think this is the best time for me to introduce myself. My name is Brenda Ngoya from KDI. I think Matthews introduced KDI in the morning. And my background is in urban design. And I'm so happy of finally having this. This has been planned for months. And this afternoon, we are going to do now the meat of the assembly. So I hope everyone will be able to concentrate very well and be able to be part of the discussion. So I'll just be setting the scene for the group discussions that we are going to have. I'll set the scene, the objectives, what we want to achieve, what the Citizen Assembly is about. And then my colleagues, Max and Darhan, will give a case study of the activations that they've done so far, for it just to serve as an example of air pollution scenes around Nairobi. So, for the sessions that we've had in the morning, it was very intentional for us to have the featuring exercise. For us to be open-minded, to be able to imagine a better future with air quality, right? And today, from the future, we are here to develop the small steps that we want to take towards the air quality future that we want, that we've just developed in the morning. And developed actual recommendations that can be part of the policy documents that we were recommending for our future, and do an advocacy around it. So I'll just introduce the Citizen Assembly, what Citizen Assembly is. I think we've all been part of a Citizen Assembly at some point, but maybe it was not called like that. Maybe on Twitter, especially during last year's Mandamano, there's a lot of assembly happening, but a lot of assembly that are happening are not on air quality. They're on other issues, governance and everything. So Citizen Assembly is a participatory democracy which try to involve everyone who has a voice about the issue to be part. It can be randomly or selected. So for this, it's both selected and a bit random, because people had to apply to be part of this assembly today. So assembly nowadays are being used in different occasions, mostly on climate actions or any other issue that people think needs to be talked about. So for the focus of the assembly, I think we've mentioned this a lot of times. The topic we settled for is clean air, better neighborhood, together let us build Nairobi. But we settled it in Swahili for everybody to understand and to be able to contribute. And the background was, our experts have presented the background, the air quality situation in Nairobi. And with that, we also had several activations that you are going to see that set us this in, that provided the background. And our purpose is for us to provide a collaborative platform to tackle air quality issues through data-driven inclusive approaches. And the recommendations that we are going to develop today, we want it to be part of the air quality action plan and to drive positive change. And these recommendations will also be presented at the Clean Air Forum that is coming in July. So we have several objectives. One is to leverage data. That is the activations that have been done. And that's why also the experts provided data. So to leverage data to have a comprehensive overview of air quality conditions and pollution sources. Then we want to amplify voices. We want to provide a platform for individuals directly affected by poor air quality to share the experience and insights. Then we want to engage different stakeholders for us to promote a cross-section collaboration and align efforts. Then we want to develop solutions that we can co-create actionable recommendations that are going to mitigate the air pollutions that we are going to, we've found out that's affecting us. So I'll talk a bit about the design of the assembly. We had the activities that happened before assembly, then during, then I'll talk a bit about what's going to happen after this assembly. So before, we started by building political will. Since we wanted our recommendations to be part of the air quality plan, we started identifying the stakeholders who have a say in that, who are part of developing the air quality plan for them to be part of this platform. Then we formed a team. We had a steering committee planning this. And some of the experts were part of it, and also run leaders were part of the steering committee. Then we did the training of the steering committee, and during this training, we co-designed this assembly from the topic to how we want, who we want, how it's going to be. That's how we develop. That's where we decided what we wanted to be part of this assembly. Then we did awareness. I think before you came here, you've seen a lot of posts that have gone about citizen assembly, and we've been seeking recommendations online also. People to start providing the recommendations first time, and we've been recording them.
Even looks that air pollution might be like worse kabisa. But yeah, industrial emissions and truck are the biggest contributors to poor air quality in India. That's one key observation. And the tree cover and vegetation noticeably improve the air and walking experience. I think this was done strategically because most of the workers who work at India actually walk on foot. If you come around those areas, unaonanga like, not to minions, like watu wengi tu wanafuatana, then you'll be asking yourself how to end up kumbe ni industrial area. Yeah, so most of them. So I think this was strategically done by most of the industries just to help improve the working experience as they are going to work. Because of course you don't want to get fatigued, umeshafika job. Yeah, let me translate. Umeshafika job. Yeah. Yeah, you've made it to work, you're tired and all that. So real-time air quality data and lived experiences are crucial in making these problems visible. Open waste burning and pure waste disposal are widespread and dangerous. That's one key observation we actually noticed, and it's not, you wouldn't say it's open waste burning by the industries, but the community that's providing services to the industries. By communities, I mean the mama kibanda, apo, kando, the person that repairs to small things just near the industries. Yeah, and pedestrian safety is at risk due to poor infrastructure like open manholes and blocked walkways. Yeah, so special hotspots. Oh, this is similar to that map. I don't think I can really, but let me go through it. Likoni Road corner, Likoni Road, si kila mtu anajua Likoni Road iko wapi. I'll have to go back to the map, but Likoni Road corner, open burning of waste, Malewa Street, lumber yards, dust from unpaved yards, bus depot, idling engines and diesel, soot from the diesel, and also we also observed near tree-lined service roads where there were cleaner pockets. Yeah. As I'm going to finish, built environment observations. Ooh, the sweet part. Yeah, so unpaved shoulders, dust suspension. Most of the roads were really dusty. Let me not say most. This one particular road, I think it's not Likoni Road, which was dusty, and the main reason was because it's near Bamburi Cement, and most of the trucks pass along that road. So you find a lot of dust, the walkways are damaged, and that was one thing we thought that need to be addressed by stakeholders. By stakeholders, I mean maybe the government, improving infrastructure around that place. That was Bamburi Cement, by the way. Narrow sidewalks occupied by parking and vendors. The vendors are the mama mboga Mama mbogas are not mama mbogas, the kibandaski. Somebody, is there a translation for kibandaskis? The informal restaurants, yeah. Then pier drainage, basically these are shanties like mabatis. Mabatis, then there's a woman cooking, yeah, the local food, which is quite sweet and cheap. Yeah. Then poor drainage leads to muddy puddles. They should be resuspended. Poor drainage leading to muddy puddles, especially during rainy season. Yeah, so community voices, yeah, that's me with my dry skin there. I will just skip this one quickly. Community voices, of course, we talk to people because part of what you also do, collecting data, it's not only using the air quality, yeah, time's up, collecting air quality data, but collecting primary data, like talking to people who have had like lived experiences, like how does this affect you, what interventions would you need, how long have you been here, and all that, just to hear them. Yeah. Key insights from the activation: industrial plus transport plus open cooking sources overlap, since they all contribute to the air pollution in industrial area, and short-term peaks drive majority of the inhaled dose. Outdoor workers and transit users are the highest risk groups, outdoor workers and transit users. Built environment fixes. They should be like, let's say, walkways, the manholes should be like, basically, most of the roads, they were not designed for people. Let me compose my sentence first. Most of the roads, zilikuwa tu zimedesigniwa. I'm going to translate. I know people don't listen to Swahili. Zilikuwa tu zimedesigniwa for trucks, buses, and cars, but not designed for people in mind, even though majority of the people work in industrial area. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah, I think I am done. When I'm mentioning about the recommendations, most of the recommendations we thought from the team were to enforce low sulfur fuel at the depot and maybe add tamper checks, and also pave shoulders and create green buffers, trees, and ivy walls. That's a reminder here. Then pilot these actions with the local industries and the Nairobi County government, and also design truck loading bays and ban engine idling on public roads, because those were also a major contributor, and also expand the community sensor network to sustain monitoring. Then that's the amazing team. I urge you guys, we have an activation coming in next month. So if you'd like also to being involved in the activations, see what we do, see how we learn and how we collect data, this is a informal invite. Please do. Yeah, so I want you all to take your phones, then scan this thing, don't talk. I'm joking, but please scan. Please scan. I'm done, but I'm going to invite my colleague Daran to talk about the other team, which was focusing on the transport emissions. This was the industrial emissions, but now Daran will be speaking about the transport emissions. Thank you so much.
It's not evening. Good afternoon, everyone. Max had just presented about our mini activation, which was on industry emissions. My presentation is on transport emissions. Ours happened on the 31st of May on a Saturday. That happened on 30th of May on a Friday. So, I already mentioned, it was happening along a very trafficked route, like highly trafficked, which was starting from Bellevue on Mombasa Road through Nyayo Stadium, and then Haile Selassie Avenue and Bunyala Road, and then we looped back to Bellevue. So our purpose was threefold. First, we wanted to document the invisible air pollution, and then we wanted to center the lived experiences of people who are mostly affected. And finally, we also wanted to highlight the link between urban mobility, air quality, and social justice. The entire initiative was carried out by foreign leaders. Why we chose this route? So you might be wondering why we chose this route. We actually deliberately chose this specific corridor because it's a very strategic urban corridor. It connects residential areas, transit spots where there's a lot of matatus. It's also an economic zone. This makes it Nairobi's most heavily used stretch, even more than Thika Road itself, if you know Thika Superhighway. The route matters to us because we felt like this route was representing the everyday life of the Nairobians. It has incredibly high traffic. At the same time, it's very dangerous. I'll talk about at the end, I'm going to talk about our general perception, but we really didn't have any walkability. So in short, I'm just going to summarize. You know that corridor is, it's a microsome of the challenges that Nairobi faces in balancing essential movement with public health and safety. Movement is something we can't just be, we can't be stationary, right? So the balance between that movement and the safety is something that we wanted to highlight. So our execution, this is my favorite part. I like explaining how we executed the data. So our approach was very multi-layered and at the same time people-centered. So you had seen the PM2 the air quality sensor behind. Derek had just shown you. You can take a look again behind. That's the air quality sensor. So the first thing that we used, Max had already mentioned, to collect, you know, they're wearable. So we were wearing them or carrying them on our bags, just clipping them on our bags to measure air quality, but not just air quality, real-time air quality. They were giving us precise measurements of exposure levels. Simultaneously, we also utilized the mobile Cityzens app to document stories and sound. So we were putting texts and also data that is qualitative. So that was giving us qualitative data. And this was the most important part, very crucial. So we engaged a lot of passerbys, people on the road, in spontaneous interviews, of course, with people's consent. We had a bit of a challenge asking people to, you know, like accept to be recorded, but we ended up getting audio recordings. This was giving us the first account of lived experiences. So in short, this was making our data very, very rich. Because remember, we have PM 2.5 sensors, we have the mobile Cityzens app, and finally, we are using people's stories and experiences through interviews. So now, for some key findings regarding air quality, we found the average PM 2.5 to be 15 micrograms per cubic meter, which is significantly above the World Health Organization recommendations, which is 5 micrograms per cubic meters. So earlier on, the experts had mentioned what PM 2.5 is. I believe everyone knows that it's a pollutant that is very tiny, that it can enter into your lungs and bloodstream. I'm hoping that you remember. So what we had was 15 micrograms per cubic meter. This indicates a very widespread issue. We identified hotspots why the air quality was 15 micrograms per cubic meter. So there were places where air pollution was particularly elevated. We had a Langata Road near a matatu or a bus stop area. We had Mombasa Road near the roundabout. If you know that area, you know that it's a pollution hotspot just by being in that area. And then we had the Haile Selassie Avenue near the flyover. In these spots, we actually observed clear pollution sources. There were matatus that were just there idling, emitting continuous exhaust. There was open cooking by the roads. Vendors were selling foods. We also had traffic congestion in an intersection that was just building up at the roundabouts. So the impacts of this exposure are very severe, but not only severe, but immediate. So there's increased risk of asthma, chronic fatigue, stress, you know. Finally, I'm gonna go to the findings. Beyond the observations, there was a critical picture that our findings revealed. We noted, you know, there was some hope because it wasn't just pollution, by the way. So there was a stretch around Bellevue where we were starting, and a road called Aerodrome Road. This was very quiet. There was trees, there was shade. The urban design was so much better, less traffic. We had very wide walkways. It felt very nice. You know, we moved from one place to towards the end. That's where Aerodrome Road was. So we could actually feel the difference between where we were on the roads where we couldn't walk and where there was a lot of shade. This led us to a lot of insights. So firstly, we discovered that Nairobi is indeed, the roads are indeed pollution hotspots, but then there are also very important areas that people, particularly in the working class, need to use. So we can't really shut them down. We need to transform them. And then we also realized the second insight we had was that walkability is actually a climate justice issue. The poor design of our road spaces force people into motorized transport, which in turn increases emissions and discourages physical activity. Finally, this is in this paramount, citizens' voices and real-time data are very essential in planning for healthier, people-centered mobility. So our experience highlights the understanding of the problem has to be from ground up through the eyes of people that are mostly affected. That is the only way that we can drive meaningful change. And now on to the recommendations. Based on our findings, we had a few. So I'm being reminded that my time is up. Let me just finish with the recommendations. So we proposed some actionable recommendations across various stakeholders. Promote non-motorized transport. We must not only proactively develop, but consistently maintain safe, continuous pedestrian walkways and cycling lanes. So prioritizing the safety of walkers and cyclists. We need to enhance public transport and make it very efficient. We already have public transport. We just need to invest in clean, affordable, reliable public transport options, specifically electric bus rapid transit. Community education and sensitization. We need to run sustained awareness campaigns, what we are doing now. Furthermore, engaging the youth, that's what we are doing now, but we can do it more. Policy enforcement and inclusion. It's time for a very rigorous enforcement of emission standards for all vehicles. I mean, there has to be something like that, but it's not really implemented. Critically, grassroots. We really need to genuinely have them involved in all transport and climate planning processes. Our message is clear and urgent. Transport justice is climate justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dawan. That was impressive. So I will call upon Brenda to come back and lead a question and answer session. And we'll only do 2 questions after that. Brenda is still going to lead us into group discussions where we'll be sharing ideas, debates, ask any other questions we have, and she will merge you to the discussions on actionable recommendations, voting, and ranking solutions. And then I am being advised we also have Kenya Association of Manufacturers representative to speak. So Brenda, as you come in, maybe you can invite her.
We've had a lot of discussion today, and we've not had a chance to get questions and feedback. So this is a chance. We'll be taking questions.
Hello. Oh, good afternoon. So from the case study, I think you guys have done a fantastic job just to be able to collect the data. And I'm really glad that we might be competing with Ghana when it comes to air pollution and the air quality, but we are not yet there when it comes to the PM2.5, for sure. So just a question. I think Max is the one who was presenting this. I wanted to know that, to ask if were there any notable times that you guys noticed that there was a spike of the PM2.5 during the day? Because from my background, I'm a public health data scientist in the climate health space. So I noted when I analyzed some data from Meru, Nakuru, and Nairobi that you'd see the PM2.5 has a weak positive correlation with the temperature. So I wanted to understand, were there any notable times you guys noticed the spike?
Oh, hi everyone. For those who don't know me, my name is Bill. I was part of the amazing team that did the mini activation on Friday, and I'd like to take up that question with a response. So at the time that we carried out this mini activation, it was early in the morning, bearing in mind that most industries usually open at night from evening. That's when they're operational. But we had that in mind because most of the time whenever you do activation in that region, there are industries that are operational. Being on a Friday, there were some that were on, there were some that were off. And as Max mentioned, we originally had an idea of how that place would look. which we were surprised that when we were on the ground, there was a totally different thing. And with this activation, our main intention was not specifically to identify problems, but with the intention of finding out what's going on, what could be the solution. So we noticed that there are specific area like Bamburi cement, where Max mentioned, there was that spike. There was that specifically spike, and we also, as a team, we tried to find out what specifically could have been the cause of this, because in our imagination it would be emissions. But the road at that place specifically was also very dusty. Apart from the emissions that was coming from within, it was also based on the kind of roads, that the infrastructure that was there. And when we moved to other parts, which were a bit well constructed, there was good management, they planted trees around it. Apart from the emissions that they were having, we noticed that they were having like filters. There's more of a technology that they've introduced in specific industries, especially for the gas production area. They did have some filters. So in as much as the time was not specifically the one that we expect that all industries would be producing heavy emissions, there are also like steps that they had put in place to ensure that they have at least managed to some extent. So in short, there was spike in specific areas, and we analyzed and realized that there were places that they had not done precautions to manage that, but there were parts that they've also put in place precautions to actually manage the emissions. Thank you.
I wanted to understand what defined the short-term peak, in terms of duration and concentration. What defined that for you guys?
Yeah, so for us, because we tried, it was more of a walk, it wasn't a run. And with the mobile sensors that we're using, it specifically picks up on the PM 2.5. So from evaluation, because from our eyes, we can actually see and think it's this way, but it's the mobile sensors that actually defines the level of pollution, or the peak or the off-peak. So if you check the graph from our presentation, you'd realize there are areas that are marked red. It actually peaks. When it is red, it means it's not safe for even the people around there. And then there are green areas that is just, basically, if you check through the graphs, you realize that one, the emissions are low, so you realize it's low emissions. It's for the red place, it's actually the peak. It peaks in specific areas, especially where the emissions are. And the good thing with the sensors, when you come up with the result, when you finally look at the results, you would realize that even where you could see emissions with your eyes, it could probably not be the peak itself. Yeah. Max would also love to add something.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, also I just wanted to add one quick thing. We had this theory that if we could have done the activation on a Saturday, the results would have been like, let's say, slightly different, because industries usually are usually closed on Saturdays. Yeah, so the trailers are not moving, everything is quiet, the informal restaurants are not opened, so maybe having it on a Friday, that was, let's say, the spike of the spikest, because people are there from Monday to Friday. So you're not there on Saturdays or Sundays. Yeah. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I also go by the name Bill. And that's a commendable work that the citizens have done. My question is there a possible way you can know which type of pollutants are in the air, rather than only knowing the quality of air, but can we be able to know, so that perhaps we can even know who to attribute to the cause of that pollution?
Thank you so much. That's such a beautiful question, and you just added to the point. I actually want to urge every person in the room, if you still don't have the Urban Better Citizen app, you should download it, because as we do this activation, we are not just using the sensors, the mobile sensors alone. We are also using observation, and we take pictures, we capture these pictures of specific kind of pollution that may not necessarily be PM 2.5, because the sensors can only capture that. However, when you go to the app, you are able to actually make observations. Where you see smoke like open air burning, that's something that we may see it, but we may not actually know specific kind of, we may not be very specific with the details of whatever does that kind of pollution. But when you do the pictures, when you capture using the app, you are able to record real-time kinds of emission, like the vehicles that you see in the Max presentation, the emissions that they're actually producing. There are pictures of the kibandas that having emissions in terms of the smoke that they're producing. There are also other kinds of pollution, even the polluted rivers that we were talking about. The app does not just talk about the pollution itself, it also talks about the causes of pollution, because when we capture this, we are able to actually spot where the emissions are coming from, how it comes, and when we record it there, whenever we do analysis, after any activation, we always converge and have that kind of discussion. And after the discussion, we do a presentation of even the possible recommendations on what could be done to actually reverse that, or come up with policy recommendations that can actually inform what can be done to the other kinds of pollutions that are not necessarily the PM 2.5 emission.
I think we'll have the last question, then we close the session.
My question is around comparative data. We understand that there are like some air quality sensors by the official ones. I think one is at Fire Brigade, the other one is at Mama Lucy, and there are many others, like other small 30 ones at different places. So my question is, do you look at the comparative data from these sources so that we can be able to say like the kind of gap like we are addressing, and also to try to compare based on the different technologies which are already being deployed for air quality? Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Charles, for the question. The first thing that I really need to give a pat on the back to the Urban Better Citizen Run Leaders Nairobi Hub is that is the first thing we actually acknowledge, because we do have the one that is provided with the county, by the county, and we also do have these our sensors, and there are many different other kinds of sensors of actually determining air quality in different areas. And we had actually given a recommendation to the team of having a collaborative effort of doing calibration so that we have a standard form of actually analyzing in terms of air quality. That they have mentioned, it is also important to know that our sensors, it's not just the idea of urban data itself, it is informed by a support from the Air Corps, which is basically global service provider on the same, and the calibration itself, whatever we are able to get from the sensors is at par with what the global air quality monitoring companies, others like the Air Corps that is popular for this. We are also having this citizen assembly as one of a platform for us to actually present this kind of recommendation to the county government and the counterparts and the stakeholders that are available today, the ones that are watching online, to also work together collaboratively so that we come up with a more comprehensive way of presenting data that is something that can be used as a benchmark across all platforms, not in different pockets, but having like a standard. So it's more of an effort. We are continuing to have this kind of discussion, and we are hoping that even going forward, we'd be able to partner with people who are having the same. Thank you.
think I'll add to that one of the things that that we've been working on that is growing is on the as part of the digital infrastructure. In addition to the app and the sensors, there's a data visualization platform, and what we've been working is pull the data that is being collected by the wearable sensors, but also any open access data that is available for the city. So the idea for the precision advocacy approach is very much so that some of the questions come out from the lived experience, some of it may come from the sensors that already exist. So for example, the very first one that we had in Lagos, which is the first hub, the question on how they actually designed the activation, they first looked at the data from the city sensors, which are pulled into the visualization platform, and then ask questions like, oh, why is this area worse at this day of the week or that day of the week or this time of the day? Let's design an activation to compare and actually collect our own data that's more dynamic, but also the app data to take pictures and see what kind of things are happening. So the idea is very much that is not an either or, but that where there is, and Equo is a key partner, so where there is available open access data, it's pulled into the visualization so you can actually see the data that they've collected, as well as the static sensor data that is available in the city. So it's not designed to be read separately, but it really is either hypothesis generating where there isn't data, or where there is data where you can kind of delve into like what could be happening here and how could we add more information that the static sensors don't have because they're just in one place. So like, can we run around the area and see what else is happening away from the sensors that may be feeding in and resulting in what we see. So that's the broader ecosystem that it's working within.
Thank you so much. Actually, you can keep sending questions or interact with the RAN leaders if you have any more questions, but we'll go to the next session. We've had a very rich presentation from our experts and the case study. And with that, it leads us to this specific part. Since we already have ideas on what we want, the RAN leaders have started talking about recommendations. I'll want us to just spend some time in group. We are around 10 tables, so people to discuss these two questions. The first one is, what is the biggest contributor to air pollution in Nairobi, and how can different stakeholders collaborate to reduce their impacts? I think we already have answers to this, but we want just to make sure we have them written down, we have them discussed, and these are the things we want to solidify for that question. Then the second question is now coming up with the recommendation and strategy for the number one questions. Since we were to have a session on ranking this, the recommendations, I think we will not have time. So in your groups, as you are developing strategy, please consider prioritizing. Just in case the government comes here today and say, we want to have this recommendation be done, mta present nini? Mtasema nini ndio ianze nayo? So this, the prioritization is very important. Yeah. So we'll have marker pens and the flip charts and the flip per group. We'll sit per table and just discuss. Huh? 10 group, I think. Okay, as 12. Yeah. As they are. You can. If a table is very few, they can join the other tables.
You're going to move us, or you're bringing people
No. You don't have to move? Okay. Bill, please distribute the papers. Oh, every marker pens and marker pens. Yes. So, let me clarify. Per group, you can decide you have let's say a group leader, somebody to lead the discussion and a note taker. Then at the end, you'll have to choose someone to present. And please take a moment, because these are things we've already talked about. We don't want to spend so much time on them. Thank you.
Yeah. So
equalize nini? Kidogo tu ni baba.
We have Georgina here who wants to make a point before we proceed to our discussion. Let's hear.
Sorry everyone, good afternoon. Just a quick one. I know I was supposed to have been speaking in the morning and I'm from industry. My name is Georgina Washuka. I work with CAM, Regulatory and Compliance. And I actually have intervened this because I want to benefit from the discussions that you're going to have right now. Noting that I come from industry where you have been doing the presentation on industrial pollution. And I know there's some things I've already picked up that I've been hearing here about the sources of pollution. But I want to ask and request the team that was here, beyond doing the work that you are doing on the streets, maybe the second level is to try and see how you can get into the industries, identify the specific areas, and do some, some monitoring and see what happens there. Because I know, like he was asking, what sources of pollutions are there. Different industries have different pollutions, and different climates and times and processes affect the pollution. Yeah, so you have like the ones which are from maybe volatile, organics. There's the sulfur dioxide, the carbon monoxides, all that. There's those ones from the stack boilers. So when you're having this discussion, it's important for us to know which maybe are the critical ones that we need to start addressing and how can we address them. And in terms of some of the other processes that happen in industry, because there's also cross-contamination. You might think the pollution is from this source, but it is actually a reaction of a different source. So those are the things that you need also to look at, and also to talk about operational efficiency, because if you look at industrial area, it's a very old industrial zone, and a lot of things have not been done to help it improve. So from the discussions you're having here and to influence policy, do we need to rethink of how our industrial area is being set up? Is it time that we need to move out? Because at the end of the day, you still need this industry, the sources of jobs. Do we need to go out and recategorize the zoning of our industry so that food industries are in one place and the other industries are in the other place? So this is the information that I would like maybe to pick up from the discussions here, the solutions that you have, the tech that maybe can be adopted if there's any. In terms of setting up the monitors, what do we do? How do we influence policy to ensure that industries are also putting monitors within their industries in a way that is not looking like it's punitive to attract, enforcement in the the wrong direction, but in this direction that is going to help improve the environment, and also in the green spaces that are there. I don't know if you had the Nairobi County or the Green Nairobi here, because one of the things that we are telling them as industry, give us all the roads and the spaces around industry area, we convert them into green, but don't charge us. But those are conversations you have, because for them, they will probably see you putting up your green garden and everything is made income money for them. But you see, it could be a win-win situation. So when you're advising policy, when you're engaging them, those are the things probably would like to hear you bring out. And again, last and least, as the Citizens Assembly, a lot of work is going on in terms of policy. Nairobi is developing an action plan right now for air quality. Yeah, there's the air quality regulations. Are you guys seated over in those tables? Because if you're not sitting there, you become the menu. That's all I wanted to say, and thank you for being offered this opportunity.
Thank you so much. We can now proceed with the group work. If you have questions, to answer.
Thank you. We have 3 more minutes to go. If you are not answered with something, please just go directly to that place. We are more interested in the second part. Yeah. The time is ticking. 7, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Pens up. If I see you writing, you have your script cancelled. Pens up. I want to see your hands up. Yes, Brenda. So which group is ready to present to us? I'm just going to choose any group randomly to present. Thank you for answering the questions. We are going to be compiling everything that has been written on this flip chart sheet. But for the want of time, we are only going to be discussing the second part of the question, the strategies you have come up with. The strategies that can be adopted to improve air quality in Nairobi. That's what we'll be concentrating on. So regardless of the number of strategies that you have, you are just going to mention the strategies, maybe 1 to 5 or 1 to 3, and then you discuss your priority strategy. So you are discussing just one, your priority strategy, right? You list everything quite all right, but you discuss your priority strategy. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. I am going to be calling on, oh, this group doesn't have name. Anyways, let me just go directly to the table. I would like this group to present their strategies to us. So you just list the strategies, just question 2, and then you discuss your priority strategy. I'm sure you've agreed on it already. If you have not agreed on your priority strategy, please do that. Thank you.
So hey everyone, our strategies are government to fund tech innovative solutions. That's one, and it's our priority. So I'll just read all of them, then I'll give her to tell you guys why we decided that to be our priority. Our second nini is energy efficiency. Alafu, then the third one is reduce waste, because waste is part of the emission. Alafu, we also champion for green spaces. Then we also want sustainable transport, home maintenance, and indoor air quality. So we had 7 points, and our priority is government to fund tech innovative solution. So she'll explain why.
I am the one giving the why. Just 3 minutes, you'll be convinced. So my why is to government to fund tech solution. As you have seen when we started after lunch break, the tech citizens have given us their research, right? But ukienda sasa, when you go to the government, they will tell you, give us a proposal. We can't understand. They will give you, go around a circle, and you'll not get the funding. There are many projects. Someone said in the morning about air. There is a project called Air Safi. It measures how the surrounding venye hewa iko, and then inakuja inakuambia the hewa hapa iko contaminated. Pardon my French. So, and then when that government is given, they will steal it, take it to the Chinese, and then say it's theirs. So our government is pulling us down. So that's number one. Government should sponsor, should fund tech innovation. And then number 2, we are all here saying about the trash, how it's accumulating. There's another project for measuring level of trash. But when it's taken to higher authorities, they don't want to license it. We will continue giving innovations, but our owns don't want to support it. Thank you. Nipigeni makofi sasa. Asanteni.
Thank you, Group 1. Yes, I know Group 2 already. So I'll go straight to them. Group 2?
Yeah, we want the strategies that can be adopted to first prioritize green spaces, and also the government to support innovation. We also need to encourage walkability of the walkways by designing better pathways and also greener walkways. We want to also encourage the adoption of 15-minute cities, although this will take a longer time than just 5 years or 10 or 20. We also need the government and the public to create awareness around the topic of cleaner air. We also need more trees to be planted within the city. Our drainage systems should be improved, and we should leverage on the data provided by Nairobi Citizen Hub. And the policies by the government should be implemented keenly so that they aren't just made for show, but they actually make change. We are keen on supporting innovation and prioritization of green spaces. For green spaces, we want to promote urban farming such that the food that is eaten in Nairobi, much of it is farmed in Nairobi and is produced in Nairobi. This will reduce emission that is caused by transport from further areas, like let's say Nyeri or Central or even Western Rift Valley. If much of the food is coming from Nairobi, less CO2 will be emitted to the environment. Also for the green spaces, we need greener walkways. We need more trees to be planted. When trees are cut down, we need more trees to be replenished. We also need a keen focus on the tree life cycle so that trees are taken care of before they're too old. They're replaced so that the city is well catered for. Also, we need better access to green spaces. Let's make green spaces to be affordable. We recently saw the charges to entry to the arboretum increased by more than 100%. We need them to be affordable to the regular persons. Yes, that's all. Our priority is supporting innovation by the government and prioritization of green spaces. For innovation, we need the government to support innovators who come up with solutions that help in clean environments. Yes, these are 2 points. And prioritization of green spaces.
Okay, you have just one sheet, yeah? Yeah, okay. Thank you. So I'll give it to Group 3 to present now, and this is Group 3.
Yeah, I'll go straight to the strategies. Improve public transportation through efficient vehicles, then promoting renewable energy, moving from fossil fuels, planting more green vegetation, proper waste management, and more cycling. We are using e-mobility. So I want to put more strength on proper waste management because most of the waste, that is the solid waste, they end up in rivers and landfills. So this leads to blockage of sewer lines and also leads to emission of harmful gases, which cause blanket of the ozone layers. So and also avoiding of burning waste. Yes, thank you.
Short and concise. So, group 4. Here.
Hello. So our group, we first identified the contributors, that is industrial emissions, transport emissions, indoor emissions, e.g. the cocoa fuel, and drainage and waste management. That goes under open dump site burning. So how to reduce the impact? Creating awareness, technology innovation through enforce and information, also participating in forums to come up with policies that foster where we don't have air pollutions, and also capacity building and education both to partners and government, business, also citizens. Strategies. Number 2 now, for strategies, raising awareness, that was one of what we had, and also incentive to clean tech, such as tax break, cheap fuel options. Thirdly is education and capacity building, and also enhance enforcement and advocacy. The 5th one is infrastructure upgrading, that is proper house development. Yeah.
Okay, to emphasize on what he has just said, under proper housing development, we can integrate passive designs in both the building sector and also the infrastructure, so that sustainability can be advocated for even further, because buildings can, what's it called? They are possible to clean the air that we live in, and also they can play a big role in combating the carbon footprint in the environment. Thank you. And also in terms of infrastructure upgrading, Nairobi is very old. We don't have sewer systems. We have sewer systems that have existed since, 1950s. We don't have proper systems even in terms of transport. Our transport system is still for a population that was less than 6 million people. So like upgrading the infrastructure to incorporate more alternative forms of transport, like non-motorized transport, more workspaces, having interrail networks if that's possible. Yeah, which is the one that we chose to prioritize. Tech innovations is what we decided to prioritize. So our tech infrastructure was more so about using tech to incentivize for clean hair. That's what I'm saying. Tech innovation is what we want to prioritize, which is this one. Yes. So tech innovation to help raise awareness and to inform people and to also enforce. What are we enforcing? Enforcing policies. Sorry, using tech to enforce policies.
Using tech to inform and enforce policies. Thank you, Group 4. Can I have this? Okay, thank you. I am going to hand it over to Group 5. Here.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Hi, everyone. Hi. How are you guys doing? This is Group 5, and the strategies we chose to focus on are heavily leaning on amplifying what's already working. So we're thinking at the local level, at partnership level, what is already working. For example, we had a good no pressure. For example, we had a good case study about how Konza City is allegedly, okay, it has an interesting automated waste management system, and we're thinking, how about we amplify that and promote something that already works and figure out what other contexts that it can be put in, right? we are also thinking about making the business case. So that basically means, what does it mean for your business if you do this action as opposed to this other one? So in this situation, we're talking about incentivizing people reducing emissions. So if you have less emissions in your industry, what does that mean for you? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, can you call it priority again? Priority policy.
Amplifying what's already working and incentivizing reduction of emissions. Industry level, yeah.
And incentivizing what?
And incentivizing reduction of emissions at industry level.
Incentivizing reduction of emissions at industry level. Thank you, Group 5. Can I have your work? Here? Yeah? Okay. Yeah, so I'll give it to Group 6.
Good afternoon. We had 3 strategies, but I will go with our main strategy. We had the main one was directly address the largest and most harmful sources by strengthening and enforcing regulations for the major polluters. So before I forget, let me go to the point of which she has said allegedly. Konza City has a modernized way of collecting waste, whereby the waste is collected underground. There are bins within the city, and they are divided into different portions, i.e. Plastic waste, the ones which can be recycled, and then the plant waste which can be used as manure. So for my point, I think that as a planner, regulations, strengthening and enforcing them, because we have regulations, we have acts which can guide, and then we also have something like, for example, the issue for industrial area. For example, all these industries were to be zoned into a specific, for example, a special economic zone for the industries, whereby, as we know, the industries pollute the environment. So we have measured the level of pollution caused by the industries. So we can be able to mitigate it easily because we have done proper planning and we have zoned the industries together. And also, we should, under the strengthening and enforcing regulations, we should regulate and modernize waste management, as I said in the first place, by eliminating open burning, for example, in Dandora, which is causing a lot of emissions to the environment. And then we have also to enforce, under my first point, strict enforcement of vehicular emission standards. We do have cars, many people have cars which emit, but there are no like good regulations. And for example, cars should go for regular checkups, and then the cars which do not fully combust should be taken for service. So this comes down to us as the individuals. I have a car. I've never serviced my car. So as we talk about the whole thing as a whole, we also have a problem. We should look for giving strategies. We should not even blame the government. We should look as we as the people in the first place. That's all. Thank you.
So your priority strategy again?
Directly address the largest and most harmful resources by strengthening and enforcing regulations for the major polluters.
What number is that? No, the priority. What number is it?
Directly address the...
Carefully, she's writing it. Okay.
Directly address the largest and most harmful sources of air pollution by strengthening and enforcing regulations.
By strengthening enforcing regulations. Yeah? Thank you. Where's your? Is that what you worked on? Yeah, I can have that. It's fine. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Group 6. And yeah, the last but not the least group, Group 7. Let's have it.
Good afternoon. Our priority strategy is enforcing
Olela.
Our priority strategy is implementing existing policies and enforcing compliance of the set regulations. My colleague will pick up from there.
Okay, for the other strategies, they've got the use of clean and energy efficient innovations.
Of set regulations.
Okay, for the others, we have got the use of clean and energy efficient innovations. Okay, the strategies to be adopted. Okay, we have got the number one, the use of clean and energy efficient innovations, formulating policies to meet the rising needs in the community and government goals. Urban planning and designing regulations. We have got decentralizing engagement forums for public and community engaged participation. Waste disposal mechanism, which include providing handling and recycling plans. Also, we have got the youth engagement forums for address pending issues. For the community engagement, we have the use of strategic targeted communication channels to ensure reach or community involvement. Another one, we have having community-based planning committees. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Group 7. Yeah, that's all the group you have. I'm going to hand over to you now. Okay, as a group, yeah? Yes. Yeah, okay. Thank you, everyone, from Group 1 to 7. Some groups merged together. Is that? Oh yeah, you can give it to me. So now, every group has had the opportunity of discussing what they have written down. Now we are going to discuss this one after the other as one family. Everyone, you bring your ideas. What do you think? What are the initiatives that you think can help this? Government to fund tech innovative solutions. How? Right. So, as one family, as a big hall, we want to answer the hows. This is the what should be done. But how? Because you find out that over time with the work that we do, we find out that decision makers don't really have time. They have a lot of things on their table. When you make it easy for them, then you have a chance of having your recommendations adopted. Are we going to open this? We have to see. Do we have another flip chart here? Oh no, it's fine. I can. Okay, yeah, sure. All right. So, we are going to pick it one after the other. We'll start from the beginning, actually, from number 1. Government to fund tech innovative solutions. I'm asking everyone here, except myself, of course. How do we go about this? Anyone? How will government fund tech innovative solutions? Budgeting, Will they steal the money? Where will the money come from? Like how? Yeah, sure.
No, I think fundraising through evidence-based, fundraising using evidence, pardon? Can you hear me? Yeah, fundraising through evidence-based research or at least findings, and also engaging in, that's first, and then second, engaging in public-private partnerships. The next one can be cross-sectoral collaborations between Nexus sectors. So yeah, those three, the main.
Yeah, you run for applause for her. Anyone else? On point number 1, government to fund tech innovative solutions. Any more ideas? Actually, I'm thinking about something. You know, government actually don't have to fund this directly. They can just make the environment conducive. There are things we call technical support. You know, there are funders that can support you technically. They don't have to give you the money. You don't have to bring the money. You just talk to them. Yeah? So if it's favorable, then they can support you with the tech that you need. Did you write that? Please put my name in front of it. Any ideas? Point number 1. Oh, yes. Awesome.
Thank you so much. I think it's very difficult for government to give private investments money. So the only way they can do is to maybe give things like tax breaks. So if you're inventing in, clean technology or whatever, then you get a tax relief for the equipment that you're getting. So that can be one way that they can do it. Yeah, but I can tell you, no government will give you money unless they're in it.
Government always don't have money. Thank you. Oh yeah, great.
Okay, Waziri, I think also if it is because it looks like a capital intensive solution when it comes to these technologies that are supposed to support the environment, then we've had cases of even government floating bonds. We can have a tech bond where people can invest in, so that the government raises money to be able to achieve such solutions.
I love that. Okay, no. Let her say something first then. I'll come to you.
I think I'm adding on the tech bond. You see, like, when they're releasing the finance bill, see, sometimes there is a place where they pay musicians. What if they put a place, like a session for, like they put like a certain grant for giving innovations? Like they can keep like genuine, like sila kutu, like they keep genuine grants for us.
Okay, thank you. I hope our scribes are putting that down.
The use of innovative financing mechanisms. An example of, let me use an example of immobility and higher tire cooking in Kenya is being subsidized right now with first of all, there is carbon markets. Secondly, there is also innovative financing mechanisms by financial institutions, including results-based financing, results-based reimbursements, and those kinds of funding mechanisms. And as somebody mentioned earlier, incentivizing these energy-efficient technologies. Yeah.
Thank you. Incentivizing energy-efficient technologies. Okay, let me just go to the next question so we don't run out of ideas. So number 2 priority strategy here is supporting innovations by government. Yeah, this will actually give. Anyway, I'm going to consider this the 8 points that we discussed. This group 2 cheated. They gave 2 points actually, but let's consider it the 8 points. So the second point here is, okay, supporting innovations by government. Yeah, we may have slightly different ideas. It's sounding like what? Okay, no, not exactly. Supporting innovations by government. How can government support innovations? I think her last point speaks to that, incentivizing it. That's one. Yeah, so on.
Governmental organizations should use the innovations made by Kenyans. That way, they will be supporting the innovations. That's one way.
Use local innovations, encourage local innovations. Yeah, that's a good one. Tell us what you are discussing.
Okay, I would say we can add maybe under supporting innovations, not by government, but I think the environment of doing business, like the unified business permits are very good for startups. There are such conversations, but it's not working. So innovators really have to look at NEMA and so many things that distract you from being innovative and working on your solution. Thank you.
Yeah. You know, make the environment conducive for innovators. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
I wanted to say by funding locally tailor-made solution through design thinking, then that tackles a different area according to pollution index.
Yeah, thank you. You know, speaks to what my friend behind has just said. Were you raising your hand? Oh, yeah, sure.
I don't know if I'm the only one, but I think governments rarely invent anything. Governments rarely invent anything. Rarely. But there's a way to engage the government through this support by supporting innovations. There are stakeholders who approach the government with solutions to their existing problems. The government fails to address them sometimes or steals the idea. So I think they should have a conducive working environment for these innovations to be addressed without benefiting from it solely, but also involving stakeholder management. The stakeholders who provide these solutions should have an outlined process that is barring the government from stealing these ideas.
To build on his point, the government should support research and development programs, R&D programs, and also support and enhance knowledge sharing and capacity building to relevant stakeholders. Yes.
Yeah, sure. R&D, and then we can come up with innovations. Yeah. Any other ideas in the room? Okay. So the third point is proper waste management. How? Who is the onus on? Is it on the government? Is it on the people? How can we achieve proper waste management? Oh. Okay.
First, just I think the very first basic thing is sensitizing communities and industrial communities on proper waste disposal, waste disposal and management. Sensitization, it's a very big thing.
Thank you. Sensitization. Yes. Tell us. Oh yeah, sure.
On proper waste management, I'll heavily rely on providing proper infrastructure for waste management, especially proper dumping sites. I know we all know Dandora ilija kitambo. So if we're able to find ways of recycling the waste that's already there, we can move forward. And maybe basic infrastructure like dustbin on streets, yeah.
Waste recycling, basic infrastructure like dustbins, to be provided by who?
By the government.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, this is good. Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe this links to our Group 5 conversation because it was around the waste management, but looking at, maybe connecting that to looking at what is working in some parts of Nairobi and drilling down into why is it that it can work in that neighborhood and like who started it, where did it come from, was it bottom up, was it top down, and almost doing case study on how it got to be, right? And as a almost a roadmap, if you like, for others, for other parts of the city, because is it that the government is just working in one part of the city rather than others, or was it a bottom-up approach, and what was that bottom-up approach that managed to get it so successful there? So there's some element of understanding what works and what has worked in this city. And then the other thing that we talked about on this table that was related to proper waste management was, you know, you talked about the waste management being in a kind of cartel issue and having to break through these different groups that are running waste management. And we were sharing how in other, like, this is not unique to Nairobi, and then that there are other cities globally that have had this issue, and that it's messy, it's always messy, but there are cities that have managed to transition. So some of the learning is learning locally what is working and kind of mapping that out. Others is finding other cities that have had similar issues, and again mapping out what works and what approaches were taken, so that we're not reinventing the wheel in Nairobi.
I didn't know you have cartels in Nairobi. I should be more careful. Yeah, let him.
Okay, for the point of the proper waste management, I can say the enforcement issues. Yeah, this is for enforcement. We do it to reduce the illegal dumping. Also, we have got the establishment of material recovery, the material recovery facilities, MRF. These are suitable for the recycling and the reuse. Also for the stakeholders, there are those stakeholders who use the plastics, like for the waste you have got, for example, you can use like the plastics. These are the biodegradables. Okay, for those we can use them for like manufacturing, for example, building. Yeah, that's where we can come into point of waste management. Also, we can create in the organic waste. We can use it also in the agriculture or in the forest sector.
I'm coming back, but before they forget their points, yeah.
So my name is Gisore. I think for waste management, firstly here in Nairobi is for the municipality to have the capability and the logistics to handle waste, because my brother there, enforcement might work, but where is the waste going? The waste is going at the landfill. So the first thing we need to approach to have better facilities for the waste management first. Then from there, we can talk on it about logistics, because you see places like here, there are very proper waste management. We can't compare it in the informal settlement. So also we need to tailor-make the solutions with what is happening in that area. So I think if we go with the idea of having waste management only in the private hands, it will be a bad idea, because everyone will be doing what they want. But I think if we can have a municipality tailor-made solution, it can be easier for everyone in the value chain. And then everyone in the value chain to be aware and informed on what they'll be playing, the part they'll be playing. Because waste pickers, they are not aware of what they are doing. We have the transporters. You have separated your waste. A transporter comes with one truck, combines everything. You just imagine. You have taken your time to separate, you have the bins, but the transporter is doing zero out of what you have done. So I think it's everyone to be aware, and at the same time we need the logistics with the municipality, because there are a lot of machines that the municipality needs, but at the moment they're in private hands, and also getting them, it's also another thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jumping off of that point, for waste management in Nairobi, it links back to what our group had said on upgrading infrastructure. Again, the waste management system that we have is old, it's archaic, it's been there since Nairobi was a young city. So in terms of dealing with waste management, I honestly don't think people in Nairobi have an issue with waste, because people in informal settlements hate living there because of how much waste is there. But if we had proper infrastructure where it is collected and thrown away and recycled appropriately, meaning the government invests or the municipality invests in these technologies and these tools na like those tangible things, like what you're saying, the machinery, the employing people to do it and everything, then we'd have a working system. I talk to my parents and they tell me how Nairobi was when they were growing up in the 80s and 70s. Trash used to be collected and thrown away appropriately. So it's about upscaling that and catering it to the 4 million citizens that we have in Nairobi. So it's about upgrading the infrastructure.
Okay, I'll take just these 3 hands up on proper waste management.
Okay, Waziri, on what most people are speaking about is in the infrastructure. And a lot of it comes back to how to fund the infrastructure. What I think can be the best way to go about it is through extended producer responsibility, where, especially for these multinationals. If they pollute, they're able to carry their responsibility by either being taxed or paying for the needed infrastructure to build a circular kind of ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Waste is a very emotional issue when you come to the ghettos, because the youth are a very important part of that ecosystem. But the government never equips and does not really recognize them as part of that ecosystem. So the government needs to equip the youth, because most of them are into groups and they collect waste from the household, but the government wants licenses from these youth and does not work with them to ensure that this waste is collected. So when you come to the slums, we are literally living on a huge pile of waste because there is nowhere to take that waste. And there are those who utilize that waste, like our initiative. We utilize the organic waste to make fuel that people use to cook. But we are not receiving any support, not even recognition from the government. So I think that needs to be.
Thank you. I'm hearing something like making it easy to integrate informal waste pickers. Yeah? As it is right now, it's not very easy. You need license and a whole lot of other stuff.
I was to speak again on the youths, and I think we can have non-governmental stakeholders or partners organizing hackathons for youths to present their ideas. They have very wonderful skills, very good ideas, very nice projects that can be put in place. Once, like when they compete in those hackathons, the world will be able to see, and we can have even partners coming to support that. And it can be even a global initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold your thought. You convert it. So we'll go to the next point. For want of time, we are going to be taking just 3 ideas on the rest of the questions. I may reduce it actually, depending on how long you take. So the next point is, okay, tech infrastructure, raise awareness, and enforce policies. Oh, I think they said using, actually, yeah. It's like using tech, right? Using tech to raise awareness and enforce policies, I remember. So it's like using, basically. Using tech to raise awareness and enforce policies. Yeah, any ideas on it? How do we use tech to raise awareness and enforce policies? Yeah, sure. Lynn?
I think to use tech to raise awareness and policies, number 1, what you are doing now, you are raising awareness to us. And then number 2, we can create chatbots, like AI chatbots where someone can prompt it and then you just ask something and then you just get the detail about the policy. Like a ChatGPT that is well trained to answer questions on policies. Yeah, I think that's my take.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Using tech to raise awareness and enforce policies. How can we do it? Okay. I'm just going to go to the next point, which is amplifying what is already working and incentivizing emissions at industry level. Amplifying what is already working. Yeah, there was a discussion that touched around this. I think this touches on everything actually. Right, what is working, and then how can we scale it? So we don't reinvent the wheel. But yeah, any other ideas? Amplifying what is already working and incentivizing emissions at industry level. So the question now is how? How do we come up with a list of the things that are already working? One industry at a time. Okay, it's good. We are talking about air pollution here. We are talking about air pollution. So perhaps it is what is already working as it concerns air pollution in Nairobi. Thank you, Max. 10 minutes, okay? Yeah, any ideas on amplifying what is already working and incentivizing emissions at industry level? Okay, if there are no ideas, briefly, I know it's this group, I want you to talk about incentivizing emissions at industry level. Aha, yeah. Incentivizing emissions reduction. So now, are there any ideas? It makes sense now. Someone wants to say something? Okay. So the next point is, we have 3 more points to go. Number 6 is, directly address the largest and most harmful sources of air pollution by strengthening and enforcing, definitely to be regulations or laws. So, directly address the largest and most harmful source of air pollution. We've had a lot of discussions today. From what has been discussed, who knows the largest source of air pollution in Nairobi? Who can remember? Say it. Transport. Yeah. Is that it? Are you sure? Is that your final answer? Oh, yeah. I mean, it's actually transport. They said transport. So, we need to address it. So the question is how? How do you address that source of air pollution? Active transport, low emission zones. Is it taken now? Don't let me say everything. I have a prize. I'll take the prize home. Yeah, I hope this describes our writing. By encouraging active transport, actually, you are addressing the largest and most harmful source of pollution. Yeah, that's non-motorized form of transport. If there are industrial and clean air zones, that can also encourage it, transport, mass transportation, investing in mass transportation, yeah? So instead of carrying 5 people, you are carrying 13, maybe 47, depending on the mode of transport. And then, of course, multimodal form of transport. The trains, when you make them available, they carry more people. Yeah, these things can directly address the most harmful source of pollution, which is transport, as it concerns Nairobi. Any other person wants to say something? Okay. Number 7, implementing existing policies and enforcing compliance of set regulations. Now you have to say something here. I think these people know it that they are supposed to enforce existing regulations. I mean, the decision makers know that there are regulations, but that it's not being enforced. What is stopping it? What is the problem? How do we address that problem, that issue? How can we push decision makers to start addressing the existing policies that are not being enforced? Okay, who are supposed to even enforce the policies in the first place? Is it the county? What do you call them here, governor? No? What are they called? No, the head of the state. Is it governor? So is it the governor? Is it the agencies, NEMA? Is it you who are to enforce the policies? So let's start from there. Then how do we get them to enforce the policies? Oh, yeah, sure. Okay.
So on a personal opinion, I think as a country, this is one of the major problem we have. We have very good policies and good ideas that never gets implemented. I think a presenter also mentioned about it. So my thinking was, we have very good experts. Why don't the experts vie for political seats and try to influence some of these ideas to get implemented? Yeah?
Yes, how do we get... Okay, let's pretend. Oh, sure. Yeah.
Okay, for here we can say the creation of community-based organization, which can help in awareness creation. This is through education. This is through the community-based organization. We help in educating the locals on what the county government or the other stakeholders have implemented. They may understand what the policies are saying and what they include. Thank you.
That's very important. Yeah, great.
I think that's a really important point, because often the policies are not being implemented, but also a lot of people don't know that they exist, right? So then the conversation is just like, oh, we need a policy on this, and it's a quick way to get dismissed. And like, we already have a policy, didn't you know? Okay, go away. You know, whereas actually knowing and holding accountable as one. That wasn't actually the point I was going to make now. It was just such a good point that I lost the point I was going to make. It was related to policies. Oh, yes. So within that is essentially finding champions within council, within the city council, within the government that are working, because I don't know about Nairobi, but my experience in other cities is that you may have policies that are not being implemented, but when you go a bit deeper, there's somebody in government who's been trying to do something and is just on their own a little bit. And so actually having this kind of youth-led advocacy movement, actually finding that champion and looking at, okay, how can the work we do amplify and make it more, give you stuff to go with, right? So in another city I've worked in, like they could say, oh, look, all these people have been asking for this thing I've been trying, nobody has been giving me the space. Now you can see that actually the public are wanting it, and they use that to actually get traction. So finding either the champions or the people whose job it is, who actually wants to, it's going to make them look good by having it implemented and working with them at that level, rather than, because often we talk about government as if it's one person or one thing, but actually there's often very good people who are really trying really hard and doing their best, and are often under-supported and not amplified the work they're doing. So they really appreciate and are more likely to work with you and working with them to amplify and to get those policies implemented.
Thank you. Before I come to you, these are really important points: awareness, advocacy, because even within government, there's scramble for resources. Agencies are scrambling for the little resources. So if you put pressure and say, this is what we want, it's easier for the head of the agencies to meet the governor, for instance, and say, the people are demanding for this. So that, yeah, sure. Bill is my friend. Let me give it to Bill. I'll come to you.
Okay, I have this wild idea, because we're all talking about how to do the implementation, which is a very serious hurdle. And I'm thinking of what if some of the regulatory implementation frameworks can be extended to private hands, maybe private companies, so that as they look to enforce those implementation, they can be able to do it faster and in a more efficient way, rather than the bureaucratic systems of the government, which take a lot of years and time. So it is just a wild thought. Maybe you can think on it.
Thank you, Bill.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, the reason as to why also people don't know about the policies is because they are not adequately involved in the formulation. I would advocate for a citizen-led kind of policy formulation. Some of these policymakers are on a fishing expedition where they are coming up with policies. They sit down and they think about brilliant ideas, and they think they are helping communities, while actually they are not sometimes. So citizen-led policy formulation is a good way to go.
Thank you. Awesome. No more ideas. I actually don't want any more ideas. I'm praying you don't raise your hands. Thank you, everyone, for your contributions. I am going to hand over to Brenda now. I've done a lot of talking. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Waziri, for leading that session. And just to summarize all these points, we've been recording whatever the discussion has been going on. So we're going to write up all these recommendations, and we'll be able to have a document about this, today's session. So a lot of upgrading of infrastructure came up, especially the waste management part. Then there was amplifying what's already working. Then support from the government, especially on the tech side. Then there was raising awareness. A lot came about on policy enforcement, and the last point on citizen-led policy formulation, which will help find champions and help in developing policies that people are conversant with and able to enforce. So with that, I think we've, okay. Yeah.
Important. Okay. So I think this is really, it's important to give broader context into where this is all going. There was a question earlier, or comment earlier about engaging the people who are developing the air quality plan at the moment, and I know that you've been doing that already from the previous session in April, so that's great. Just to say that it's been approved a slot in July. There's going to be a Clean Air Forum, so it's an annual conference that is Pan-African. It's actually global, but it's Pan-African, lots of different cities. Last year it was in Lagos. This year is in Nairobi in July. And we have negotiated with the organizers, and there's going to be a session dedicated to the results of this Citizens Assembly. So you will get to share the recommendations of what you've come to put together now with the people who are developing the policy. So this is to come on to the last point. It's going to be quite high profile, and there will be a space for that. And hopefully it motivates what you just suggested. And I think the guy you've been engaging with also invited it, so we're going to share it with them in a public space, but also there will be other cities across the continent there as well. So hopefully this is a way of Nairobi actually leading the way in showing how citizens can drive citizens' assembly processes and can use that to actually directly input into policies and plans and developed. So look out for that, and and there's going to be a kind of a whole campaign around that session and run up to it. So hope you'll all be there to cheer it on, because you were a key part of making that, putting these recommendations together.
Thank you so much. There'll be a lot of advocacy done around these recommendations, so watch out for that also. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Brenda. How many hand claps do we give to Brenda? I love her resilience. I kept telling her, I'm running out of time, and she kept on telling me this is the most important part of this. We have to make sure our recommendations are tabled and put out, and I admire the passion. So how many hand claps are we giving to Brenda? 12? Wow, Brenda, awesome. So let's go, 12. 1, let's go, we'll count for ourselves. Thank you. Brenda, well deserved. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a saying that says, Kilicho na mwanzo. So in English, whatever has a beginning has. We have come towards the end of this forum, but what you need to know is it does not stop here. A lot has been said, a lot has been heard. It is upon us to keep the conversation going. So thank you so much. You've been such an amazing team. You guys are very engaging. Somebody was telling me I engage the crowd, but it is the crowd that is very participatory. It's a very good initiative. Dr. Tolula, please keep the conversation going. I love climate change matters. I'm a journalist. I'll write about this. And I prefer if we just keep the conversation going. Make a change from where you are. So, did we do the Mentimeter post evaluation? Can we do that now before Mariam does the vote of thanks? Max, where are you? Please, let's do the evaluation quick fast because we're running out of time. And as I give it to Max, Max will give it to Marion. I've been your MC. My name is Liz Anyango. I'd like for you to follow me on the socials at MC Liz Anyango on Instagram. Ask me why. Because there's a very good informative reel video we're going to put about this forum, okay? Place a comment, share widely, let everybody know what this has been about. I'll put all the information over there. I'll collaborate with Urban Cities and KDI. So please place a comment if you enjoyed and everything. So right now, let's finish with the Centimeter before we invite Marion to give the vote of thanks. Max? In 1 minute, let's do the evaluation.
Yeah, so you guys have received the Mentimeter So just give us a minute, guys. So it's not empty, by the way. When you scan the QR code, it shows that, they're sorting that out. Just a minute. Meanwhile, let me remind you guys about the board with our petition. In fact, let me bring it here. And you're not having your tea if you've not left a comment there. I'm so serious. And I know you're handwriting new water. Just a minute to the Mentimeter. Yeah, please don't leave. If you've not visited our board with the petition, don't forget also to sign the petition online and also leave a comment on the board. Thank you so much. I'll leave it here. Oh no, I'll be standing there where they're serving the afternoon tea break. Chaniache hapa. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, are you, wait, the name? Oh, fill in your names, guys, your names. We only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people. When you scan the QR code, you see the name. I can't see any guesser, so. Nice. We give it time, then we go to the next question. Ooh. Next, right? Yes. To save on time, 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3. Ooh. Okay. I think you definitely don't want your organization to be left behind, so 3, 2, 1. Let's go to the next one. Role of the assembly. Nice. We are I think we need 50 or 40. Wait, organizers? Nigga. There's no organizer, tumejileta hapa. Wait, where is Mariam? Let's proceed. On a scale of 1 to 5, how would you rate the overall organization of the Climate Assembly? Ooh. Okay, I think, yeah, that's a good number. Yeah, that's 3/4. Do you feel your voice and contributions were valued? Hey, Atino. Maybe. Okay. I think we can proceed. Wait. Yeah, how inclusive were the discussions, different perspectives represented? We're looking at inclusivity. Were we inclusive? Mm, 25 will be a good number, so maybe I'm waiting for a few people who are still second guessing. 30. 2 more people. 25. Yeah, I think, we can proceed to the next just to save on time. What is one key takeaway from this assembly? Yona type. Oh, tunamaliza. Guys, mbio. Young people are amazing. Nice. Everyone should participate. Ooh. Jen starts with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need at least 20 people. Oh, let's be part of the solution. Oh, that's nice. New tattoo idea. Hey, that's a new tattoo idea. Hapa too. Let's be part of the solution, not the pollution. The future is here. All right. Let's make it work. That's the final one. Which session did you find most valuable and why? Kumbuka, not too many words. Just quick words. Which session? If you don't remember the session, you can maybe remember the speaker. Maybe it was Iman, it was Brenda, it was Max, of course. Come on. Me don't have up. I should be seeing my names up. All of them. Ooh, perfect. Nice. I think we can go to the next. Love it, love it, love it. Were there any sessions or topics you felt were missing? Yes. Were there any that you felt were so important? Okay. Need like 7 more people. Dust. Nice. Financial solutions. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's valid. How clean air relates to SDGs. Meet my expectations. Fully open burning industry voice. Nice. I think, wait. Big tech innovators. Yeah. There's space waste. Yeah, I think we can proceed to the next. Would you participate in future citizen assemblies? No, nigga. Wait. Sorry. 16, 17, 18, 17, 18, 19. Maybe. Thank you guys so much. Asanteni, jipigeni makofi. And now I will invite Brenda to take over. Oh yeah, Mariam to take over with the vote of thanks. Asanteni sana.
Hello guys, have you had fun? Mumeshiba? Ama bado you want supper? Who wants supper? Enda nyumbani ulewe. Anyway, thank you so much guys for coming. Really clap for yourselves. Yeah. So thank you. And like many speakers have said, it's amazing when you see, I think Iman, you said it's an interesting change to see so many youth interested in such an initiative in one space, talking, not just, listening to the speakers. And yeah, so thank you so much for contributing. And I look forward to having all of us in parliament to push a bill, right? Muko na suti? Mumeenda kwa Taylor? Okay, sawa. Yeah, so thank you to everyone, KDI, Aban Beta, our founder, our amazing, guys, clap for her. Really, see how youthful she is. She's a founder and she encourages and welcomes youth to such a powerful platform. So thank you, Tolu. Yeah, to the entire Aban Beta team. Maybe you can wave your hands for everyone to see you. Aban Beta team, raise your hands. Yeah, thank you guys. The run leaders have been wearing blue. Kindly raise your hands, wave your hands for you to be seen. Clap for them. Yes, the Shamba staff who've really served us. Thank you so much, guys. The live streamers, the photographers, just keep clapping for them. Yeah. The steering committee, Ruth, maybe raise your hand, wave to Kuone, clap for her. Yes, so thank you. And we hope to see you, follow this journey. Like you've heard, we are tabling these recommendations in the Nairobi County Air Quality Action Plan. We are also going to have recommendations at the Clean Air Forum coming up, Tolu has mentioned. So we hope to see most of you there. Yeah, how many are in the WhatsApp community? That's where we have our discussions. How many? By show of hands. Run leaders, are you not in the WhatsApp community? Anyway, yes, so after this, kindly follow any of the run leaders. Maybe they can add you to the group. Also, we'll share an email with the link for those who are not there. Yeah, there's transport back to town for the first 25 people. 25 or 28? So it depends on how fast you are. Yes. Thank you guys, there is tea, and we hope to see you. The last tea. So, thank you.